Chapter 277. Don't say it. Liu Yanbo stopped her. Nan Nan is still young, how can she fight against such evil people? Nan Nan, when your cultivation is strong enough, we will naturally tell you. She almost begged her daughter, Nan Nan, don't ask, okay? Mom begs you. Mom. Mo Xuanyi cried out, if I don't avenge my parents, how can I be human? Hearing this, Mu Tsungjuan's old face suddenly glowed with a strange light, as he murmured, parents' revenge. No need to avenge your parents. Mo Xuanyi was dumbstruck. She understood her father's meaning. If she didn't avenge her parents, how could she be human? But speaking of her parents' biggest enemy, the real enemy was not the 4 students who robbed her parents, but Granny Greed Wolf, your master. The master who raised you and taught you everything, child. Liu Yanbo grabbed Mo Xuanyi's hand and said in a trembling voice, we don't ask for revenge, I just want you to live a peaceful life. Revenge. Don't avenge it. This is your parents' fate, it has long been decided, to be famous, to be noble, to be ordinary, to be poor, to not fight for anything. Liu Yanbo's eyes were filled with tears. Mo Xuanyi's expression changed. What should I do? Our daughter is coming home today, it is a joyous occasion for our family. Mu Tsongjun said with the air of the head of the family, rest first, we can talk about unhappy things later. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked his daughter's hair, softly saying, your mother and I have already descended to the mortal world, we will not interfere with your future. Dad! Mo Xuanyi raised his head in shock, staring at his father in astonishment. Her father's eyes were full of tolerance, full of love, and full of fear of losing her. Your future path is up to you to choose. Mu Tsongjun smiled bitterly, as parents, since we can't pave the way for our child, why should we interfere with her future? We only ask for one thing, no matter when, no matter what. You must be safe. Mo Xuanyi's tears flowed down. Before parting. Master's words. You and your responsibilities, your burdens. You must. Comparing the two, Mo Xuanyi lay on the table, crying for a long time. Rewind time to a few hours ago. Afternoon. Zhuo Xiaojuo applied for leave and ran out of the school like a wisp of smoke, skipping towards the business district. My hammer. My kitty hammer. My 99 cat hammer. Other than a few key points, everything else was perfect. I couldn't wait to see it. Dad. Zhuo Xiaojuo rushed into the Astral Soul's stone shop like a whirlwind. What are you shouting for? Zhuo Changlu raised his head from behind the tea table and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Could it be that you've broken through to the great Grandmaster realm? So happy. Zhuo Xiaojuo scurried behind his father and massaged his shoulders attentively. Dad, my hammer. Are you done? All right. Then let's go over and take a look. Your Uncle Wu is still installing the chains and making the final adjustments. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. Zhuo Changlu was unperturbed. This was not the time to go over. This was the final and critical moment. If he went over now, that guy would definitely grumble and complain. In half an hour, everything would be done. Who would care about his nagging? On the other side, the sound of Wu Tiejiang's sledgehammer kept coming at an exasperated frequency. The moment before the completion was the last chance for a divine blacksmith to ask for benefits or favors. Why wasn't that old man coming over yet? His son was already here. Why were the father and son drinking tea so leisurely and watching him work? I'm done. Wu Taijiang shouted angrily from the other side. Take your time, there's no hurry. Zhuo Zhanglu's unhurried voice drifted over, you can check it again. If there's any flaw, your nephew will find it out later. Then, you'll have thrown him to all corners of the world. You'll never have the chance to clear your name. What the fuck? Wu Taijiang checked carefully, this threat is so fucking ruthless. He checked again and called again. It's really good this time. Okay, it's really coming this time. Then, it was Zhuo Changlu's turn to show up with his son. Wu Taijiang said angrily, check it. Is there a need to check it? If anyone dares to say check it when it's made by Wu Taijiang, I'll be the first to teach them a lesson. Wu Taijiang, that's more like it. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled and said, little duo, take a look. Look carefully and see if there's anything wrong with it. Frankly speaking, your Uncle Wu will probably leave tomorrow. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Taijiang coughed and said seriously, Brothers Wu, I've been here long enough. If you think it's okay, I'll leave tonight. Zhuo Changlu squinted. Xiao Nan ran away with the car. Are you going to follow his example and run away with the shop? Cough, cough, cough. How can I? Wu Taijiang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Xiong is stingy by nature. How can I be compared to him? I still have the task you gave me to finish, right? Zhuo Changlu crossed his legs and said lightly, There's no need to rush some tasks. You have to finish tonight's family dinner. Wu Zhejiang's face turned pale. He turned to Zhuo Xiaojuo, Juo, your Uncle Wu treats you well. Take a look and see if there's anything you need to improve. Zhuo Xiaojuo scratched his head. He looked at the 2 pairs of hammers in front of him. Yes, 2 pairs of hammers that were exactly the same. Although the pair on the left is the same size as the other pair, their weight is more than twice as light. One of the hammers weighs 2,000 kilograms, and the other weighs 2,000 kilograms. They're made of heavenly witchcraft copper with a little heavenly fire iron. Of course, this pair is for you to practice martial arts or to deal with unimportant enemies. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth twitched a few times. To be honest, when he asked for the hammers, he just said it casually. But now, looking at the hammers that were more than half a cubic meter in size, he felt that they were really too big. It was simply a synonym for big but inappropriate. He stretched out his hands, channeled his martial arts, and exerted his strength. The 2 hammers were held in his hands. Wu Taijiang and Zhuo Changlu on the opposite side immediately covered their faces. The pair of hammers instantly blocked their line of sight. Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was completely hidden. They couldn't see him at all. With a wave of his left hand and a wave of his right hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo's 2 hammers moved like a wild horse parting its manner. He stood on one leg like a golden rooster, and with a light buzz, he transformed into a rock spreading its wings. He felt that he was very powerful and awesome. These 2 hammers can be controlled freely and move according to one's will. They are very practical, but when it comes to actual combat, it's lacking without a chain. It can't display all the uses of this pair of hammers. Zhuo Xiaojuo said. Before Wu Taijiang could say anything, Zhuo Xiaojuo said himself, but this is good. If you use this pair of hammers all the time and switch to the other one at a critical moment, not only will the strength change, but it can also fly out suddenly to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, it can be used in a complicated way. It can be used for long-range attacks and close-range attacks. It's all good. He. That's too sinister. Uncle Wu, you're too sinister. Wu Taijiang. What the hell? How did I become the sinister one? You came up with these tricks yourself, okay? Putting down the lighter pair of hammers, Zhuo Xiaojuo picked up the other pair of hammers that were heavier. He weighed them in his hand and felt that they were okay. Then, he struck a pose, lifting them up and putting them down. He felt comfortable. Then, he struck the pose of a rock spreading its wings. Then, there was a light cracking sound from the joints of his arms. Fart. Zhuo Changlu spat out a mouthful of tea. Wu Taijiang coughed repeatedly. The 2 of them were both experts in cultivation and martial arts. How could they not know what that crack just now represented? What did it mean? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly and with assurance. Uncle Wu, please explain the different techniques of this hammer. If you could demonstrate it, I would be very grateful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's smile was very pure and innocent. It seemed that everything was logical and natural. Shy. Awkward. Embarrassed. What was that? Masters don't know. Ha 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 ha. Wu Taijiang burst out laughing. Then, he gave him a teasing look. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression remained calm. He didn't even blush. What a joke. Was this considered embarrassing? It didn't count at all. This young master had come prepared, so what was this little token? The corner of Wu Zhejiang's mouth twitched. He turned his head and saw Zhuo Changlu standing on the side. He looked very relaxed. How could he not understand that Zhuo Xiaoduo's shameless godly skill was obviously passed down in his family? This was the ultimate technique of the Zhuo family. At least, he couldn't break through it. He couldn't do it to the old or the young. He sighed. Use your divine sense to explore the hammers. Each of these 2 hammers has 99 edges. In other words, there are 99 hammer faces. There are 2 small mechanisms hidden in each hammer face. One of the higher ones can shoot the oxhair needles you mentioned earlier. However, the hammer face is not small. So, I changed the oxhair needles into conical needles. There are 100 needles inside. You can shoot 1 needle at a time. If the time is a little longer, you can shoot more than 1. You can decide the number yourself. If you need to deal with a large number of enemies from all directions, you can press all of them. There are more than 9,000 conical needles inside. They can be shot out in a very short time. Everything within 1,000 meters will be within the attack range. It will be faster than light within 100 meters. The tip of the conical needles is made of cloud soul silver. It is good at breaking through inner yuan defenses. Zhuo Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice. He used his divine sense to explore with all his concentration. The other button that is slightly lower can control the conical needles made of flaming iron. It can shoot 1 needle at a time. There are 10 needles in each mechanism. Wonderful. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 278. Zhuo Xiaoduo loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He started to feel it with all his might. This will be my life partner from now on. The swords on both sides are similar to the one in your hand. They are also made of flaming iron mixed with indestructible gold, but they lack a layer of eternal iron. As for the built-in chain, I've given you enough length. The best attack range is 15 meters, and the furthest attack range is 30 meters. It's also quite lethal. Although the built-in chain is still very long, and the furthest attack range is 50 meters, the lethality will be greatly reduced at this distance. Moreover, it's not easy to retrieve it, and it's easy to give the enemy a chance. Understood. Since you've set it up like this, you have to consider it carefully. However, you still have to pay attention to one thing. Every time you use the concealed weapon in the hammerhead, even if it's only 1 all, you have to fill it up immediately afterward. This is to train you. You have to ensure that you have enough firepower at all times. Understand? Understood. For your all, I've prepared 50,000 pieces of the same quality for you. As for the slightly larger ones, I've only prepared 10,000 pieces. All of them are of the same quality, so there won't be any difference. As for the spare ones, I've tried my best to make more. The quality may be slightly worse, but it's still much better than ordinary metal. 1 million all, 100,000 all. Thank you, Uncle Wu, for being so considerate. Zhuo Xiaoduo thanked him solemnly again. These were not in the agreement, but Wu Taijiang still prepared them well. These extra parts were all from Wu Tiejiang's private collection. This was a huge favor. Perhaps his father and Uncle Wu were close enough that he could take whatever he wanted, but he had to know his limits. A debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. His father and Uncle Wu's friendship was one thing, but he didn't have that kind of friendship with him. Wu Taijiang smiled with gratification, as if he was very satisfied with this gratitude. Zhuo Changlu said faintly, "Your Uncle Wu has racked his brains and spared no expense for you. You have to remember this favor. Under the heavenly Tao, there is karma. Zhuo Xiaoduo will always be mediocre in the future, so it's fine. However, if you succeed in your cultivation, don't forget your Uncle Wu's favor today." Zhuo Changlu's words were very solemn and unusually serious. Zhuo Xiaoduo listened attentively. "Yes, I'll remember it. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Ian, don't forget about your Uncle Wu. In the future, don't lose face because of me." "Yes, Daddy." At this moment, Wu Taijiang became embarrassed and said, "Brother Zhuo, why are you speaking so solemnly? It's too much." However, it's not excessive at all. Zhuo Changlu stood up and said, "You and I have our friendship, but what personal friendship do you have with this kid? He was merely under the shadow of his parents. What ability did this brat have to make you, Wu Taijiang, personally deal with him. No matter how much I repay this kindness, it is only right. Now that he has borne the cause, he must bear the consequences in the future. If that's the case, I'll bear it. Wu Tiejiang's face was radiant and even a little excited. Zhuo Xiaojuo might not know what the two big shots were talking about. But what kind of person was Wu Taijiang? Ever since this pair of hammers appeared in his hands, the murderous aura that accompanied it shocked Wu Taijiang immensely. When a divine weapon was born, its spirituality would be born. With Wu Tiejiang's eyesight and experience, he could absolutely conclude that this would be a divine weapon of slaughter that would cause a monstrous calamity in the future. Such a weapon and its owner would definitely leave their names in history and shock the world. As for how far this weapon and its owner would go in the future, Wu Taijiang could not say, or rather, could not imagine. Through fate and coincidence, he had formed a good relationship with such a person when he was still weak. There would definitely be benefits in the future, and this matter was personally decided by the weapon grandmaster's father, Zhuo Changlu. It was as good as a nail on a board. How could Wu Taijiang, who knew the key points of this matter, not be excited? After calming himself down, Wu Taijiang continued his introduction. Come, I'll teach you how to dismantle and reload hidden weapons. Thank you, Uncle Wu. And so on, and so on. Do you remember all of them? Yes. Millimeter, actually, I wanted to carve the patterns on these two hammers. But at the moment when they were finally formed, I did not control the intensity of the primordial fire well and was distracted for a moment. Although Wu Taijiang said that he was distracted for a moment, there was a sincere and proud smile on his face. It's probably a mistake. It was that moment of absent-mindedness that caused the patterns on the two hammers to undergo an unexpected change. One of them is sunshine over mountains and rivers, the other is moon over mountains and rivers. The patterns on the two hammers are exactly the same, but I did not carve them intentionally. The divine weapons have spirits and formed the patterns on their own. There's such a thing. Hearing this, even Zhuo Changlu was shocked. He stood up and came over to take a look. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing on the surface of the hammers. But upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see mountains and rivers. There was a blazing sun in the sky that shone in all directions and reflected on all things. The pattern on the other hammer was exactly the same, but the one that shone in all directions was the moon. The atmosphere was also cold and clear. Zhuo Changlu clicked his tongue in wonder. Taijiang, you really didn't carve this pattern on purpose? Wu Taijiang smiled bitterly. Brothers were, you think too highly of me. Look at this pattern carefully. It's just like a photo. If I wanted to carve it like this, I wouldn't be able to do it without 180 years of hard work. Zhuo Changlu nodded repeatedly. His eyes were solemn. Wu Taijiang smiled. Do you understand now? That's why I said that the promise you asked the child to make just now was too heavy. It's not heavy at all. You, Wu Taijiang, are worth it. Zhuo Zhanglu's eyes revealed a smile. He carefully touched the pair of hammers, and couldn't help but smile like a blooming flower. This was a divine weapon. Zhuo Changlu could tell at a glance. I only carved 2 kittens on the handle of the hammer. Wu Tiejiang's face twisted. Wu Taijiang felt that he had lost his integrity by carving 2 cute kittens on such a peerless weapon. But Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He walked forward to take a closer look. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He laughed loudly. Great, I'm holding the thought cat in the palm of my hand. How rare. Uncle Wu's craftsmanship is really amazing. Especially the fluffy and smooth feeling here. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Phut. Zhuo Changlu spat out tea. Wu Taijiang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, what you need to do now is to confirm the name and let the true spirit blood essence recognize you as its master. The name will be. Zhuo Xiaoduo's 99 cat hammer was already at his mouth. Cough, 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 cough. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang coughed at the same time, hurriedly interrupting Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. At this moment, even Zhuo Changlu himself felt that it would be an insult to this divine weapon if he gave it a name like 99 Cat Hammer. There's heaven, earth, sun, moon, mountains, and rivers on it. Wu Taijiang tried his best to guide him. Not bad, not bad. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, yin and yang, heaven, earth, wind, clouds, stars, earth, mountains, rivers, and everything. Zhuo Changlu was also muttering. Obviously, he was trying to give his son a hint. He was hinting that he should give it a domineering name that could match the name of this divine weapon. Then, let's call it the Heaven and Earth Hammer. Zhuo Xiaojuo sounded it out. Not bad. Heaven and Earth Sun and Moon Hammer? Very good. Heaven and Earth Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Hammer? That works too. Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned and seemed to be thinking hard. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang looked at each other and smiled. Both of them felt gratified. It was good that their hints were not wasted. In the end, this kid did not insist on doing things his own way. Zhuo Xiaojuo took out a small dagger and cut his wrists. Blood dripped onto the two hammers and was immediately absorbed. The two hammers used up nearly a bowl of blood before they stopped being absorbed. Zhuo Xiaojuo put both hands on the handles of the hammers and pressed the bleeding wounds on the handles. Then, he said with a radiant face, "As the master, I name you. Heaven and Earth Sun and Moon." Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang heaved a long sigh of relief. Zhuo Xiaojuo continued. 99 Cat Hammer. Fart. Fart. The two big shots were stunned while spitting out tea. What the hell? In the end, he still wanted to hang on to those words. How deep was his obsession? The two of them felt as if 10,000 mythical beasts were trampling back and forth in their hearts. Zhuo Changlu lowered his head dejectedly. "Son, you're really something. You almost sprained your father's waist with your sudden coquettishness." There was a flash of light on the handles of the two hammers. Then, four big words appeared. Heaven and Earth Sun and Moon. Fortunately, the artifacts had their own spirits and had given themselves a name. Just as they were rejoicing, they saw a few more words appear near the two cute kittens on the handles of the hammers. They were hidden right below the kittens. 99 Cat Hammer. What the hell? Wu Taijiang slapped his forehead and looked like he was about to break down. Zhuo Zhanglu's face also looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The two big shots looked at each other and suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. A sense of boredom was branded in their hearts and they could not let it go. After Zhuo Xiaojuo finished naming the hammers, he studied them with great concentration as if he had found a treasure. On the other hand, Wu Taijiang and Zhuo Changlu slumped weakly on the chairs at the side. They felt as if they had no bones in their bodies and they could not muster up any energy. They were completely defeated by this name. It was a hint and a clear indication that this pair of hammers could not escape the fate of being named this way. The two of them had the same expression. They were stupefied and speechless for a long time. They did not want to speak and were weak. "I'll pack up. The mission is completed. I'll leave tonight." After a long time, Wu Taijiang said weakly. "All right," Zhuo Zhanglu replied in the same feeble manner. "I'll give you my hammer technique." He was weak. Okay. He was also weak. "Brothers were. I won't say goodbye to you when I leave. I'm really not in the mood." "Oh, I understand." Chapter 279. Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't know that the name he came up with actually made these two big shots so depressed. Right now, he was in high spirits and full of interest. He was like a child who had gotten the toy of his dreams. He was constantly trying to figure it out, studying it, and having a lot of fun. Sigh. Two deep sighs came from the side. For the whole afternoon, Zhuo Xiaojuo was studying his new treasured hammers. He carefully and seriously tried to figure out every link and every detail. Apart from the weight, the two pairs of hammers looked exactly the same. Just from the appearance alone, there was no difference at all. Even the feeling of holding the hammers was exactly the same. Of course, the premise was that he didn't raise his hand and didn't let the hammers leave the ground. It's really amazing. He was studying the hammers in his father's shop. Next door, Wu Taijiang had already started to pack quickly. This kid still needs to further polish his strength. Wu Taijiang took out two things that looked like mechanical arms and handed them to Zhuo Changlu. These two things can be installed on the arms, from the arms to the shoulders. They can operate naturally with any muscle and bone movements. The only advantage of these things is that they are heavy. My master gave them to me when I was training my arm strength in the past. One side is 1,500 kilograms. Let Xiao Duo install them on his arms. And the other side is 2,500 kilograms, and the other side is 30,000 kilograms. Give them to him too. Wu Taijiang pondered for a moment and took out the other two sets. The others are fine, but only the one with 30,000 kilograms. When he gets used to it, he has to return it to me. My boss is about to start practicing to the level of 30,000 kilograms. Okay, I got it. Usually, when you tie it to your hand, it can cover your entire arm. Not only can it train your strength, but it's also an excellent defensive treasure. Ordinary divine weapons can hardly hurt it. Wu Taijiang smiled, full of confidence and arrogance. Oh, these are actually the ones you used to. There's one more thing. Tell Xiao Duo in private that the needles I gave him should not be used as much as possible. They're too lethal. With his current realm, it's a waste to use them, and it's easy for him to become dependent on them. You can find another blacksmith to make a similar batch of blacksmiths. Leave a small part for emergencies. It will be enough to cope with the crisis. When you break through to the nascent soul transformation stage, you can use it comprehensively. The effect will be better. That's right. That's what I was thinking. You and sister-in-law have always tried to take advantage of others and exploited their temperaments. Other than that, there's nothing else you can say. Wu Taijiang straightened his body and thought for a moment before saying, Amen, that's right. I've placed the Ice Phoenix's soul inside our daughter's sword. She needs to comprehend that thing on her own, so we can't rush it. Zhuo Changlu was moved. Taijiang, the gifts you've given these two children this time are too generous. Wu Taijiang smiled. Originally, I just wanted to give my child a gift for our first meeting. Now, because of you, it has changed. Because of fate and coincidence, it's really not up to people at all. In the future, maybe I'll benefit more from it. I'll take it as paving the way for myself in the future. He blinked and said, Our daughter's tribulation has been almost broken by that boy, right? Almost. Zhuo Changlu smiled. Almost 80%. Then it must stop. Wu Taijiang chuckled and said, It's not up to me to say this. You know better than I do that you can't go too far. But I'm afraid that you're in the situation, and it's your daughter's matter. Now, only 20% is left to fight against the heavens. It's already very, very small and somewhat meaningless. If it's 50-50, that would be the best. How could I not know this principle? At first, I didn't even plan to get involved. If Xiao Nian was able to break out of this situation by himself, it would be a great opportunity with endless future prospects. However, that stinking brat is too good at causing trouble. He has caused so much trouble along the way and almost overturned everything. There are shadows of his actions behind the scenes everywhere. However, after so many years, as his father, this is the first time I've seen him play with his life like this. I'm happy to see it happen. Zhuo Changlu also smiled helplessly. In fact, even if it's 80%, he's still not satisfied. He wants it to be 100%. There's no risk at all. Sigh. He doesn't know that the world is not complete. How can everything in the world go according to one's wishes? If he goes too far, he'll be envied by the heavens. Wu Taijiang chuckled. Don't worry. If he keeps messing around, it'll become a habit and he won't be able to stop. Ha ha ha. But you and sister-in-law won't be able to protect him in the future. Of course. Your sister-in-law and I are going to leave before they pass the tribulation. We're going to travel and reflect a different way of living. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Now, it's your sister-in-law who's worried. Sigh. You're not worried? Wu Taijiang snorted and said, This is how it is. I'm different from you. The few in my family were all beaten out by me with a hammer. I'm really tired of it. They're all sleepy at home with a hammer. I'm too lazy to force them. If I don't beat them out, how can I let them go on their own? As parents, although we worry about everything, we can't just let them go on their own and not let them get hurt. We can't protect them forever. I understand. Taijiang, it's been hard on you to explain so much for me. After all, it's your first time being a father. I've already raised a bunch of them. It's like herding sheep. I don't feel anything for a long time. Wu Taijiang laughed. With a wave of his hand, the huge forging furnace was already stored in the space ring. I'm leaving now. Pass a message to your sister-in-law. Next time. If there's a chance in the future, I'll disturb you. Take care. We'll meet again someday. Well, I'll send the hammer technique to Xiao Duo after I collect all of it. Okay. Next time, get drunk before the tribulation. Okay, next time, get drunk before the tribulation. Wu Taijiang laughed and strode out. After walking about 100 meters, he waved his hand with his back facing Zhuo Changlu and then disappeared. Zhuo Changlu looked at Wu Tiejiang's disappearing figure in the distance. His face was full of kindness, full of sincerity. Get drunk before the tribulation. How many years had it been? It was really many, many years ago. They had already agreed to get drunk before the tribulation, but they had never gotten drunk before the tribulation. Back then, there were countless people who had agreed to get drunk before the tribulation in peace after the tribulation. But now, where were those people? How many of them were still alive? Thousands of rounds of fierce battles, many comrades turned into ashes. I still remember when we agreed to get drunk before the tribulation. Who's going to raise a glass beside me? He stood at the door with his hands behind his back. His tall figure was just like before, but at this moment, it was overflowing with a kind of bleak atmosphere. It was as if he had turned into a statue. 5:00 in the afternoon. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally put away the 2 pairs of hammers. Dad, it's my classmate's birthday tonight. I'm going to attend the banquet. I'll leave now, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Millimeter, okay. Looking at his son's youthful face and his eyes full of hope, longing, and fantasy for the future, Zhuo Changlu inexplicably felt softness quietly seeping into the bottom of his heart. He reached out his big hand and gently stroked his son's head. He whispered, I hope you won't make a promise to get drunk before the tribulation. Dad, what did you say? Zhuo Xiaoduo's head turned in a circle under Zhuo Changlu's hand. He looked up and blurted out. It's nothing. It's just a casual remark. Don't take it to heart. Zhuo Changlu smiled warmly. Go and have fun. Have fun. Millimeter. Zhuo Xiaoduo left. He had just obtained a divine weapon, so he walked away very proudly. He was full of satisfaction, high-spirited, and even proud. As before, Zhuo Changlu watched his son walk away. He was like an eagle king, standing at the top of a cliff, looking at the grown eagle, flapping its tender wings and rushing into the thunder of the 9 heavens without fear. I hope you won't be tired of killing. You won't be lonely. I hope you never see the blood of your brothers blooming around you. I hope you don't have to walk through 1,000,000 tombstones like me when you sweep the tombs. What is old? Old is never the age. It's only the heart that's old. Zhuo Changlu just stood there, as if he didn't realize that there was a faint flow of Dao rhymes around him again. Wu Yuting, who was doing housework at home, suddenly frowned. She seemed to be enlightened. It was a sadness full of tiredness, but it was also in line with the path of Dao. For a moment, she felt the same way. She fell into a daze. The flow of Dao rhymes was normal. 7 days until the day Nyan Marrow breaks through. 7 days. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered silently. In the afternoon of the same day, Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine weapon was formed. On this afternoon, Mo Xuanyi found his parents. On this afternoon, Wu Taijiang left Phoenix City. On this afternoon, Mu Yangyang expelled Meng Chenyu from the sect. On this afternoon, many people from the Ning family and the Meng family died. Ning Suifeng and the remaining few clansmen looked at the bodies of their clansmen and cried. Star Shield officially issued a summons to arrest Meng Tianyu, the former richest person in Phoenix City and the chairman of the Meng family group. I didn't expect. We would be eliminated in advance before that day. Meng Tianyu and Ning Suifeng sighed at the same time. They had planned for decades, but it was a complete failure. They even lost the lives of their entire family. However, within a short span of a month, it was as if the river was going downhill with each passing day. Everything was done for. This kind of ending made the two of them regret their past actions. On this afternoon, He Yuanyu vomited blood and fainted again. When she woke up, she immediately met with a few people. Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Qin Fangyang. Only 3 people. Sister Lan was still standing behind Mu Yangyang, but her face was full of unconcealable sorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to this year's recruitment competition. He Yuanyue's complexion was very dispirited. The first sentence she said when she saw the 3 people was earth-shattering, pushing the atmosphere to the extreme. However, she continued to speak calmly. I called you here because there are a few things that need to be arranged. Chapter 280. Please speak. I'm very confident that our second high school will be able to rise to the top in the entire Central Plains and even become the leader of the Yanwu Empire. No one will be able to shake us. That will be the greatest glory since the establishment of second high school. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. He Yuanyu said softly, when the time comes, remember to burn a stick of incense for me so that I can hear this good news in the underworld and have no regrets. Yes. Hu Ruoyun allowed her tears to flow slowly, but she did not dare to wipe them away. The second thing is about the arrangements for the students. He Yuanyu said softly, Zhu Xiaojuo, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong. Participate in the recruitment competition. Yes. Then, when it comes to choosing schools, no matter how much pressure there is, we can't let these 6 people enter the same martial arts school at the same time. These 6 people are the best of the best. Now that they're out of the bag, it's natural that they're unstoppable. It's only right that they enter the top martial arts school in the Central Plains. Even entering Shongjing's Yunduan martial arts school is in the bag. However, if we gather all of them in the same school, it'll be inappropriate for them. Their providence won't be enough. It'll cause the strong to become stronger and the weak to become weak. They'll become vulgar. He Yuanyu said word by word, a leader has already appeared among them. Although we're happy to see it happen, if we gather all of them together, the other 5 will only become Zhu Xiaoduo's underlings and brothers. Although they'll still grow, the providence of the others will be suppressed by Zhu Xiaoduo's providence. Their future growth and outlook will be limited. We can only let them go and break them up. Let them scatter to different martial arts schools and be the main characters of their respective schools. Don't grant their wish to be together just because they have a good relationship. That'll only harm them and ruin their future. He Yuanyue's eyes turned sharp as she said, don't ruin your child's future because of a moment of soft-heartedness. Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang both nodded solemnly. Previously, they had really discussed this matter. If these boys entered the same school, they would advance together and create a story of mutual support, brotherhood, and forever together. However, after hearing He Yuanyue's words, he immediately changed his mind. In this world, anyone could have selfish motives. Only He Yuanyu would not. Her words were definitely the best choice for these children, those who should walk together, those who should walk side by side in the future. Sooner or later, they will all come together. He Yuanyu said softly, there's no need to be meticulous. 100 rivers converging into the sea is the true sea. What gathered together and rushed into the sea was merely a tributary. Understand? Understood. In the future, when you educate your children, teach your students, and choose a future for your students, you must remember my words. He Yuanyue's gaze was distant as she murmured, I really want to see them rise all the way, defeat all the participating students, and reach the pinnacle of their lives. I really want to see them pick up the first place trophy on the high platform and tell everyone that I'm from Phoenix City's second high. It's a pity that I He Yuan Yu smiled faintly. Then, she turned around and said, Qin Fangyang. This time, she did not address him as Teacher Qin. Instead, she called him by his name. Qin Fangyang's heart trembled. He said, I'm here. I hope that you can protect these children well. He Yuan Yu said, there's one thing that I don't feel comfortable letting others do. However, if I let you do it, there's a high chance that you'll die. Qin Fangyang's eyes burned with a fiery light. Speak. In the future. He Yuan Yu turned around and said, all of you can leave. I have something to arrange for Teacher Qin alone. This is not to be spread. Please forgive me. Yes. Sister Lan, Li Changjiang, and the other two walked out with reddened eyes. They closed the door and set up a soundproof barrier outside. The old principal had said that this was not to be spread. That meant that all possibilities of it being spread had to be eliminated. Zhuo Xiaojuo is a dragon vein. When the time comes, he will definitely go to the ancestral dragon's land. And that will also be the time when he completely transforms, rises, and is the time when he will be the only one in the world. He Yuan Yu looked at Qin Fangyang with pleading eyes. She said, but the ancestral dragon's land has never been a place where one dragon travels alone. There have always been 100 dragons circling around. Zhuo Xiaojuo can be considered a ferocious dragon crossing the river. With his fate, he will definitely attract the attention of many heroes. That will be the greatest danger in his life. If he's not careful, he might die in the ancestral dragon's land. The ancestral dragon's land is located in Shangjing. It's where the largest dragon vein is located in the entire continent. Qin Fangyang, we don't have anyone in second high. We also don't have any power in Shangjing that we can entrust to us. If there's anything we can do, it's only you. You have a military background and were once someone that General Dongfang thought highly of. This is your last trump card. Perhaps, when the dragons surround and annihilate him, I hope that you can give Xiaojuo a chance of survival. You go to Shangjing. Make preparations first. Qin Fangyang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He said dryly, okay. He Yuan Yu looked at Qin Fangyang with a gentle gaze. She did not speak for a long time. Qin Fangyang's heart thumped. He said with a trembling voice, do you have anything else? Anything else you want to say to me? He Yuan Yu lowered her eyes. After a long time, she said, no, you can go. Qin Fangyang stood there in a daze. After a long time, he said, that Jiao Wencheng and Wang Xiyu have already been killed by me. There's no reason. I don't have the patience to find evidence of their crimes, so I just killed them. He Yuan Yu nodded and said softly, I still have a month. I should be able to see the phoenix spread its wings and fulfill my greatest wish in this life. Qin Fangyang said in a muffled voice, you will live. He Yuan Yu smiled faintly. She said softly, there are 7 more days until the 15th of July. On the night of the full moon, the phoenix meridians will rush to the soul. On that day, I want to stand on the phoenix's head. Even if I die, I want to leave this world with a smile and no regrets. I'll go with you. Your wish will definitely be fulfilled. Sai, you can't go. He Yuan Yu said calmly, when the time comes, there will naturally be someone else accompanying me. You and Sister Lan will have to go and protect me. This is a truly important matter for the human race. We can't afford to lose it. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I understand. On the same night, Fang Inuo turned into a breeze and quietly went to participate in the Umno Alliance's gathering. Zhuo Xiaojuo turned and went to the school to meet up with Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan. The 4 of them went to the governor's mansion together. Long Yusheng did not go with them. After all, his family and the Wan family were in-laws. The Long family's elders were also present at the birthday banquet tonight. Naturally, Long Yusheng had to go with his family's elders. The lanterns were lit. Today's Phoenix City was strangely peaceful. In fact, it was not just today. It had been this peaceful for a few days. It was as if the silence before a huge wave was about to break out. No one knew when it would change. When Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others stepped into the governor's mansion on the other side, Fang Yinuo was also pushing open the UMNO Alliance's door. When the group entered the governor's mansion, Zhuo Xiaojuo was almost shocked. This is a small area. There were more than 30 tables in the huge banquet hall, and there were people everywhere. Directly opposite them was a big stage that was only half a meter high. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All kinds of spotlights were twinkling back and forth. There were also all kinds of musical instruments. The first thing to bear the brunt was a super big piano. It was the most eye-catching. Li Changming and Li Chenglong laughed. Yes, this is a small area. Originally, Xiu's birthday banquet was going to be held in the big theater. Now that it's changed to home, of course it's a small area. Zhuo Xiaojuo stuttered and pointed at the stage that was watched by thousands of people at the same time. He widened his eyes and said, in other words, I'm going to perform on this stage. Phut! Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong burst out laughing. They tried their best to hold on and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Oh my God. Zhuo Xiaojuo covered his forehead. He was only thinking in his heart, is it too late for me to take out $1,000 as a gift? The answer was obvious. It was obviously too late. The guests were slowly entering and taking their seats. The main table in the middle was occupied by Governor Wan's family. Wn Lixio, the little birthday girl, was naturally among them. Long Yusheng and the Long family were also at this table. They were constantly winking at them. Obviously, they were hinting that they would come over after a while. The table on the left was full of women. There were 3 empty seats at this time. Obviously, there were still guests who had not arrived. The 2 tables next to it were occupied by Jiyu Luoyan's guards. The table on the right was occupied by some of the celebrities of Phoenix City. There were only a few people. The table behind them was the table where Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others were going to sit. Obviously, there were special instructions. Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others' table was smaller than the other tables. At most, it could seat 8 people. However, there were only 6 chairs. After Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others sat down, there were 2 empty seats left. These 2 empty seats were naturally reserved for Long Yusheng and Wan Lixio. These 2 people should sneak over later. Before the banquet started, the performance on the stage had already begun. It was very eye-catching. Dong dong clang clang clang. Zhuo Lil Duo placed his head on the table like a dead dog. Grandpa Zhuo would rather die than make a fool of himself in this situation. I miscalculated. Blue skinny. Mushroom. Chapter 281. After a while, all the lights in the hall were extinguished at the command of the MC. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the darkness. A 17-layer cake was pushed forward slowly under the light of the candles on the top. The entire hall was instantly filled with the fragrance of the cake. Poverty has indeed limited my imagination. Zhuo Xiaojuo couldn't help but mutter in his heart. So this is what they mean by simplified or small scale. Oh, it's too small, too simple. The cost of this cake alone is estimated to be enough to feed my family for 2 years. With everyone's blessings, Wan Lixio puffed up her mouth and blew the cake. The people at her table were all helping to blow it out in an instant. The whole hall was filled with laughter, loud and clear. The lights came on again, but it was much softer than before. Dishes were served one after another, and the aroma filled the air. On the stage, the official program had also started, and it was obviously more advanced than before. The audience was drinking and chatting, and the stage was filled with singing and dancing. Li Chenglong directly opened 4 bottles of wine and gave one to each of them. Today is Xiu's birthday, so it's an exception. Let's all drink. Okay, let's drink. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart gradually calmed down as there was nothing for him to do. It seemed that the so-called life and death gift was just a joke. Oh, drunk plum blossom, not bad. Zhuo Xiaojuo poured a glass. Under the enthusiastic toasts of his 3 classmates, he raised his neck and blurted out, good wine. Poor Sir Xiao Duo had only drunk a few times in his life. This time, he drank a glass of drunk plum blossom in one gulp. He didn't even have time to savor the taste of the wine before he felt as if there was a ball of fire rushing up from his stomach. This wine is really fucking spicy. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly ate, trying to suppress the smell of alcohol. Yu Moyan, Li Zhongming, and Li Chenglong looked at each other and saw the treacherous smile on each other's faces. Well, it turns out that Zhuo doesn't know that drunk plum blossom is soft when it enters the mouth. Of course, the 3 bottles of drunk plum blossom are authentic, and the alcohol content is very low. What was in Zhuo Xiaoduo's bottle was actually a strong liquor. It was plum blossom dry white wine with nearly 70% alcohol content. Zhuo, there was nothing he could do about it. We were only doing what we were asked to do. Who asked you to give up your reputation and not your money? You just had to perform for them. Don't drink too fast. Take it slow, take it slow. Li Chenglong winked at him and pretended to be kind as he comforted him. He didn't want Zhuo to get drunk before he could hold on. That would be terrible, and he wouldn't be able to do anything else. The other 2 bad friends had a tacit understanding. They drank and ate while watching the show, returning to the normal flow of the banquet. As long as they could confirm that Zhuo had not drunk much, today's matter would be easy to deal with. Zhuo Xiaoduo soon felt dizzy. He kept shaking his head. Li Chenglong was so scared that he quickly went to get a bottle of water for Zhuo to sober up. Please don't faint directly. It's not the time yet. Fortunately, they never talked about drinking when they were together, and they never went out to eat or drink with Zhuo. After all, they were busy cultivating, and they didn't have time to care about these trivial things. Li Chenglong was thinking as he persuaded Zhuo Xiaoduo to drink water. When this matter is exposed, how should I shift the blame? Should I let Li Zhongming or Yu Moyan take the blame? I have to choose the right person. Otherwise, I can't avoid a beating. Therefore, the swollen words started to slowly dig a hole for Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan. Let's see who jumps in first, and who will be crushed to death. Her. Damn, Li Zhongming is also digging a hole for me. What is this guy thinking? The 2 of them looked at each other. After confirming that they were indeed on the same page, they blinked. 2 pairs of eyes turned to Yu Moyan at the same time. Then, the 2 Lis worked together to trick Yu Moyan, who came from an ordinary family and didn't attend banquets, soon fell into the hole and couldn't climb out. Zhuo, let me toast you. Zhuo, let me toast you again. Li Zhongming and Li Chenglong looked at each other and smiled. Success. Zhuo, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Yu Moyan has improved a lot, and he also knows his mistakes. He knows that he was narrow-minded and short-sighted before. Let me toast you for guiding me. From now on, I, Yu Moyan, will carry out the words Moyan. I will do my best to fulfill the wishes of the old principal. Let me toast you again. It's a pleasure to be friends and brothers in this life. I'll drink, you can drink whatever you want. Li Chenglong didn't expect that after drinking, Yu Moyan's eloquence would be so good, and his alcohol tolerance was so high. He toasted Zhuo Xiaoduo 5 times in a row. That cup was 3 taels of wine. Even if Yu Moyan drank low alcohol, his head was still dizzy. Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt that the atmosphere was good today. He was in a good mood and had feelings, so he naturally wanted to get drunk. Of course. If he got drunk, he could avoid the embarrassing performance. Just now, it was just his imagination, so it couldn't be counted. Only when he got drunk could he avoid the disaster and not pursue the matter. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's real thought. Of course, another point was that he had never gotten drunk in his life. He also wanted to taste the feeling of getting drunk. Master Zhuo had drunk 6 times in his life, but he had never gotten drunk. Every time, he drank a sip with his father. It would be strange if he got drunk. Here, they kept toasting each other, and it was very lively. Master Zhuo was completely relaxed. His eyes were blurred, and he put his arm around Li Chenglong's shoulder. He said sincerely, "Swollen, I really like to see you swollen all over. Come, let's drink." Li Chenglong drank this cup of wine with trepidation. He then put his arm around Li Zhongming and said sincerely, "Sleep, sleep, you sleep all day long. It's a miracle that your cultivation increased. If you sleep forever, won't you be invincible? Come, drink this cup." Li Zhongming cursed in his heart, "You're the one who will sleep forever and become invincible." He put on a sincere expression and drank it all. Time flew by during such a happy time. Soon, most of the guests had left. By the time Wanli Xiu and Long Yusheng came over, the four people at the table were already shaking their heads and had blurred eyes. The four of them were hugging each other like Siamese twins and pouring wine into each other's mouths. "You toast me, I toast him, and he toast him. Damn." Long Yusheng's eyes widened. "They're so high." Most of the guests had left, and the artiste program had also ended. Zhuo Xiaojuo, who was already 9.5 minutes drunk, looked at the stage. It had ended. Well, there were only the last 2 tables left. Then the program would be cancelled, and it would be settled. Masters was heart relaxed. Once this last worry was put down, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. "It's about time, right?" Wanli Xiu asked softly. Li Zhongming nodded calmly. Beside him was Li Chenglong, who was calm and collected. "Zhuo, where's the program you prepared?" Wanli Xiu questioned, as if she had the pearl of wisdom in her hands. "It's almost time to leave. When are you going to perform your program? I've been looking forward to it." Zhuo Xiaojuo was almost absent-minded at this moment. He was dizzy and stunned. Damn, what's going on? Why are they asking about it now? What program? There's no one here. It's over. Why do you still want to perform? Oh, Zhuo, are you going to renege on your promise? Wanli Xiu said angrily, "I'm afraid that you don't know anything. I'm afraid that you'll embarrass yourself. That's why I waited until there's only one table left to ask you to perform. I just wanted you to show your sincerity. I didn't expect you to renege on your promise. Is there any justice in this?" Zhuo Xiaojuo was drunk. His brain was not as fast as usual. He said stubbornly, Who wants to renege on my promise? Who's afraid of being embarrassed? If you're not afraid of being embarrassed and don't intend to renege on your promise, where's the program you prepared?" "The program. It's here." Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes rolled. He looked around the amusement park with his last bit of Qingming festival. Were there really not many people left? As he thought about it, he felt emboldened. He stood up shakily. He was drunk. He said stubbornly, "You're lucky today. Listen to me sing a song for you." "Humph, when have I, Master Zhuo, ever gone back on my promise? We want something more exciting. How can you just sing a song?" Li Chenglong smiled evilly. "Zhuo, can you do it or not? If you can't, just say no. We won't dare to make things difficult for you, boss." "Bullshit." Zhuo Xiaojuo was furious. "Who can't do it? You can't do it. Watch me. I'll give you a good performance. I'm a real actor. I'll give you a thrilling performance." Zhuo Xiaojuo stumbled all the way to the stage and knocked over 3 chairs. Only then did he manage to get onto the stage with his hands and feet. He was drunk to the point of losing consciousness. But he still looked down subconsciously. He was sure that there were only a few of them left. He couldn't help but feel more relaxed. "What music do you want? What song do you want to sing?" Wanli Xiu asked. Other than Yu Moyan, who was already drunk and snoring under the table, the others were already laughing their heads off. Today's matter was originally discussed by everyone. They wanted to make Zhuo look bad. They wanted to vent their frustrations from being beaten up by him every day. They had secretly rehearsed for this for a few days. Some were the comedians, some were the supporting characters, some were fanning the flames, and some were egging him on. Now it seemed that the effect was really awesome. It was satisfying to follow the will of heaven. Now that they had successfully pushed this guy onto the stage, it didn't matter what program he performed next. As long as they could watch him act like a monkey on the stage, it would be enough. This was enough to comfort them for the rest of their lives. They would have no regrets in life. Chapter 282. According to their understanding of Zhuo's character, as long as he was excited, there was nothing he couldn't do. Maybe he couldn't even be pulled down when they asked him to. I don't need any music. Zhuo Xiaojuo roared angrily. Get the guitar. I'm so happy today that I'll play and sing a song you've never heard before. Just for today, for Xiu's birthday. TSK. A few people snorted. A song they've never heard before? That wasn't a lot. After a while, the guitar was brought up and Zhuo Xiaojuo started to play. They had to admit that Master Zhuo's skills weren't just for show. After all, he had been repeating for so many years, so he had learned a lot of skills in this area. Just by fiddling with it, everyone could tell that he really had a good foundation. At this time, on the other side of the curtain, 3 people were sneakily looking over. Well, it couldn't be considered sneaky. It was just a slit, but it was enough to guarantee that it could be seen clearly. Jiyu Luoyang, Zhuo Xiaonian, Mu Yangyang. The 3 of them didn't appear from beginning to end, just eating and drinking on the side. Jiyu Luoyang was a guest who had already agreed to attend, and Zhuo Xiaonian and Mu Yangyang were both pulled over by Jiyu Luoyang. To be honest, Mu Yangyang and Zhuo Xiaonian didn't want to come at first, but Wn Lishio hinted through Jiyu Luoyang that Zhuo Xiaojuo would perform tonight. This made the 2 of them curious, so naturally, they came as well. Being able to see Zhuo Xiaojuo's performance was a rare opportunity. In the end, it was Zhuo Xiaonian who urged Mu Yangyang and Jiyu Luoyang to secretly sit on the side and listen. According to Zhuo Xiaonian's understanding of Zhuo Xiaojuo, if this guy saw her and Mu Yangyang, he wouldn't even dare to drink, let alone perform. Nian what do you think Xiaojuo will perform? Mu Yangyang asked. Jiyu Luoyang was also curious about this. Xiaojuo actually knows a lot. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled and said, he often hums some songs. I've never heard them before, but they're all very nice. This kid is amazing. Really? Never heard of it. As an experienced musician, Jiyu Luoyan's eyes lit up like a light bulb. Does that mean he can write his own lyrics and music? I think so. Zhuo Xiaonian was a little uncertain and said, last time, he was holding an injured stray cat and bandaging its wound. He was busy singing 1 Ya Mo and 2 Ya Mo. It was quite nice, but I didn't hear the specific lyrics clearly. When Jiyu Luoyang heard this, she couldn't help but become more excited. In the stands, Zhuo Xiaojuo had already finished tuning his guitar. He stood in front of the microphone, swayed his body gently, and began to pluck the strings. It does have some charm. Even I haven't heard this melody before. Is it really self-composed? Jiyu Luoyang was amazed. As a music expert and a singing star, he could really tell whether a song was good or bad. Even if it was just a prelude. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was full of pride. My family's dog is amazing. Jiyu Luoyang tasted it carefully and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This prelude has some flavor. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaojuo swayed his body as he played the guitar. His body twisted like a snake. Finally, everyone was waiting. The main melody of the song began, and the lyrics came one after another. Come on, I'll agree to anything you want. Come on, I'll listen to anything you want, but don't be impatient and infatuated. Come on, there's something I need to clarify first. If you want to kiss the water dragonfly, if you want to hug me, I'll decide who's better. Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes were blurred as he sang at the top of his lungs. His voice was very sweet and soft. His body was wriggling like a snake. During the break in the lyrics, he completely let go. After wriggling for a while, he put his mouth on the microphone and started wailing again. Isn't it sexy? Ha 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 ha. A woo. Sexy to the bone, a woo, a woo. Whistles could be heard one after another. A wave of wolf howls came from below. Although there were only 3 boys, the group's howls created quite an imposing atmosphere. Wanli Xiu rolled her eyes and couldn't help but laugh so hard that she held her stomach. Zhuo Xiaonian, on the other hand, seemed to have been struck by lightning. His entire body froze. Mu Yangyang was also completely defeated. She couldn't maintain the dignity of a teacher and the demeanor of a master. She held her stomach and twitched all over. Jiyu Luoyan's expression was very interesting. She laughed so hard that her whole body was shaking. She tried to smooth things over. The song is quite nice. But, even if a girl came, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as good as him twisting that. Jiyu Luoyang really couldn't say the word sexy out loud. With a crack, Zhuo Xiaonian's mouth finally closed. She slammed the table and was about to teach him a lesson. I've praised you to the skies, and this is all you're singing to me. Don't. Jiyu Luoyang stopped her and said, whether it's the melody or the song, it's not bad. Let's listen to it first. It's really not bad. It's not a compliment. At most, the wording is a little. Yes, yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaonian was panting. On the stage, Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't know there were other people watching. As the song progressed, he became more and more relaxed. The more he twisted, the more flirtatious he became. His body was twisting, his eyes were flirtatious. It was really too flirtatious. Come on, I'm 1,000 styles. Come on, I'm so flirtatious. Not enough, add more flirtatious. Not enough, twist my waist again. Zhuo Xiaonian covered her red and hot face. She was embarrassed by this dog. Don't say, the melody and singing are all good. To be able to write this song, his music theory level is really not low. Amazing. Jiyu Luoyang, who was a musician, could clearly hear something different from the music. This Zhuo Xiaojuo turned out to be a treasure boy. Jiyu Luoyang thought for a moment and sent a message to Wn Lixio. She quickly said a few words. Wn Lixio was stunned when she heard this. She looked puzzled. Jiyu Luoyang had to say a few more words through voice transmission. Wn Lixio still hesitated for a while. Probably when Zhuo Xiaojuo finished the song, she jumped out and offered a glass of wine. Master Zhuo didn't refuse and drank it in one gulp. Wn Lixio said loudly, Zhuo, in the future, when we are successful, I'm afraid we will have to go to the Sun-Moon Pass to participate in the war. Maybe we will die, or be disabled, or be buried in a foreign land. Zhuo Xiaojuo's drunkenness was immediately awakened by Wn Lixio's words. What's going on? Xiao, I'm flirtatious. Why did you suddenly bring up such a heavy topic? You're making it hard for me to change my mood. How can I continue? Wn Lixio said, Zhuo, think about it. Today is not my birthday, but before I go to the war, what will you say to your family? You can improvise according to the situation. Zhuo Xiaojuo was drunk and was thinking about things, inspiration bursting. He said, do I need to think about it? I already have a ready-made one. Wn Lixio's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Jiyu Luoyan's eyes also lit up like light bulbs. Then why don't you sing it? Zhuo Xiaojuo was silent for a while and then suddenly laughed. Your birthday is the most important. You can say whatever you want. However, the atmosphere you asked for is a bit heavy. The guitar is not suitable for me. I can only listen to it. Just sing it. Zhuo Xiaojuo brewed his emotions for a moment, and his body suddenly straightened up. As the prelude of the guitar sounded again, Jiyu Luoyang also sat up straight. It was just a prelude, but she could hear a lot of things. This was an extremely heavy song. Maybe I'll say goodbye and never come back. Do you understand? Do you understand? Maybe I'll fall and never get up again. Do you want to wait forever? If that's the case, don't be sad. The flag of the Yanwu country has our blood-stained glory. Jiyu Luoyang sat up straight, tears glistening in her eyes. This song. Completely shocked Jiyu Luoyang. Around the Sun-Moon Pass, there were 30,000 miles of tombstones. Which one of them was not a good man? For the sake of victory, those men who rushed into the UMNO Alliance's army and self-destructed. Which one of them was not strong enough to lead a region? Do you believe that I've turned into a mountain range? Jiyu Luoyang listened carefully and replied in her heart, I believe that every mountain range in the astral souls is a monument made by heroes. After Zhuo Xiaojuo finished the song, the shocked Long Yusheng and Wan Lixio continued to drink until they were dead drunk. Then it became a fight between Li Chenglong, Li Changming, Wan Lixio, and the others. They were all drunk. In the end, Zhuo Xiaojuo was carried back by Zhuo Xiaonian like a dead pig. Zhuo Xiaonian put Zhuo Xiaojuo on the bed and sat quietly by the bed. She stared at the little man who reeked of alcohol. The first song had made Zhuo Xiaonian go berserk, but the next song made everyone cry. Damn, looks like you have a lot of secrets. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes flashed. But if you can sing like this and relax yourself, I feel more confident. I know that you've prepared everything. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was full of satisfaction. Zhuo Xiaonian knew Zhuo Xiaojuo the best. Zhuo Xiaonian was certain that his phoenix vein tribulation would not be a problem anymore, just based on the little thing about this kid. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaojuo would not be so relaxed. At least, Zhuo Xiaojuo had done everything he could. He had done the best he could. In the governor's mansion, Jiyu Luoyang did not sleep for the whole night. The melodious yet heavy melody lingered in her heart. She couldn't wait to recall it all night. She even found the governor's mansion to record it. She even asked WN Pingyuan to block the news and take the original recording with her. I'm going to sing this song at the Sun and Moon Pass. The warriors there need this song so much. If I go to Zhuo Xiaojuo and buy the copyright of this song, I wonder, will he sell it? What should I do? I'm so tired. 7 or 8 guys watched me write like crazy all the way. My hands are cramping. But they also saw that I had a guest. They wanted to sing at 6 p.m. But now it seems that they can't. Let's sing at 5 p.m. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, subscription. Chapter 283. Jiyu Luoyang tried to fill in all the relevant details of the music score and lyrics in order to make it perfect. Then she began to add the accompaniment instruments. With such an atmosphere, a guitar was far from enough. The name of this song should be Blood-Soaked Style. I didn't expect this seemingly lazy boy to have such a heroic and stirring feeling in his bones. I should drink to this song. Jiyu Luoyang was busy until the east was bright. Finally, she finalized a draft. It should be almost done, but Zhuo Xiaojuo should have a more complete score. I can't wait to see the style of the original draft. Early morning. Zhuo Xiaojuo covered his head and got up to pee. Ouch. I can't take it anymore. I have to quit drinking. I must quit drinking. I will never touch alcohol again in my life. There seemed to be tens of thousands of people fighting in his head. In addition to the dizziness, there were also bursts of tearing pain. There was also a tumbling feeling in his stomach. There was a feeling of weariness rushing up from time to time. Zhuo Xiaojuo forced himself to endure and stood in front of the toilet. The urine that had been stored for a long time was not finished yet. Suddenly, it was like the Yangtze River had opened its floodgates, pouring out thousands of miles away. Ooh! The top and bottom opened fire at the same time. The scene was extremely spectacular. The ground was directly swept away by the violent flow of water. It was a scene of devastation. After a long while, Zhuo Xiaojuo staggered out and put his head under the faucet. Then, he put the faucet back into his mouth and gulped down the water. Then, he ran into the toilet and vomited again. After a few rounds of this, it seemed that his stomach was emptied. Then, he collapsed on the sofa weakly. Quit drinking. I must quit drinking. I must quit drinking, I must. Zhuo Xiaojuo was exhaling more than he was inhaling. He was out of his mind and was not much better than a pile of mud. Humph. Wu Yuting put a bowl of soup on the table. Hurry up and drink this soup. Don't drink if you don't know how to drink. I think you vomited too little. Your father had a drinking competition with others all those years ago, and I. Ahem. Zhuo Changlu walked out of the bedroom. Who told you to drink so much? Drink less in the future. Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely not touch this thing in the future. It's too fucking uncomfortable. Zhuo Xiaojuo picked up the basin and poured the warm and sticky rice soup into his stomach. Not long after the bowl of rice soup entered his stomach, he felt a soothing and scorching sensation slowly rising in his stomach. He immediately felt much better. Idiot. Zhuo Changlu frowned. Why don't you use your flaming sun scripture? Even if he would still get drunk in the end, he could at least hold on for a little longer, right? You have to eat your fill before you drink. You won't get drunk if you have a bottom, understand? Even if you're forced to drink, can't you just use the toilet as an excuse? You can just go to the toilet and it'll be gone. It's just that. I didn't get drunk enough. Zhuo Changlu was exasperated and imparted his family's unique skill of not getting drunk to him. Wu Yuting hurriedly threw a bowl full of porridge at him. Can't you teach me something better? Go and eat your porridge. Zhuo Changlu reached out and caught it. He spun it and easily dispersed the momentum without spilling a single drop. He chuckled. Okay. Zhuo Xiaonian walked out of the room and said with a dark face, Damn you, how did you come back last night? Do you remember? Zhuo Xiaojuo instinctively cowered. He shrank his head and said, I don't remember, really. I don't remember. How did I come back? Then do you remember what you did last night? What did I do? Zhuo Xiaojuo instinctively felt that something was wrong. What you're saying? You held a concert last night and twisted around on stage. Did you enjoy it? Zhuo Xiaonian's pretty face said, You're in danger. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with panic. You. Last night, I was so happy watching you sing, dance, and twist around. In the end, I had to carry you back. That Jew of yours was really satisfying. You drank to your heart's content. You drank to your heart's content. You drank to your heart's content. Zhuo Xiaonian's small canine teeth slowly revealed. She gritted her teeth and said, Not bad, damn you. You're really something. It's over. Zhuo Xiaojuo only had time to say this word in his heart. His body reacted instinctively. He jumped forward and stuck out his tongue, wagging his head and tail. Woof, woof. Am I heavy? Phut. Zhuo Xiaonian suddenly burst out laughing. Although she tried to keep a straight face, she couldn't help it. She said angrily, Go away. I want to eat. Zhuo Xiaojuo felt relieved. Well, it seemed that the situation wasn't serious. There was still room to maneuver. Of course, he wouldn't just go away. Instead, he smiled cheekily and carefully helped Zhuo Xiaonian to the seat. He jumped up and said, I'll get you the porridge. Hee. Wu Yuting said worriedly, Nyan once a man makes a mistake, especially the first time, you must use the most severe means to completely deter and stop him. If you do it well, you can get it done once and for all and eliminate all future troubles. But if you don't do it well, you're just asking for trouble and causing endless troubles. Zhuo Xiaojuo, who was walking over with the porridge, was stunned. Mom, am I your son or your son-in-law? How can a mother be like you? Wu Yuting glanced at him. You're my son and my son-in-law. What's wrong? You don't agree? Zhuo Xiaojuo was overjoyed. I agree. I'm your son-in-law, not your son, okay? Zhuo Xiaonian immediately leaned on the table and hid her face. Her face was burning red. Ding dong. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cell phone suddenly rang. A message had been sent. A man values loyalty, a promise is worth £1,000, a man holding a sword to the sky, drawing his sword for 7 months. It was an unknown number. Zhuo Xiaojuo bounced up from the chair. Dad, I'm going to school now. Before his voice died away, he had already rushed out of the door. Wu Yuting warned Zhuo Xiaonian, Nyan you have to be careful. This boy is not easy to get rid of. Only by holding him in your hands can he be yours. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled calmly and said, Mom, that message is a poem. It's very masculine and doesn't seem like it's sent by a girl. I understand this difference. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. As a mother, what have you been teaching her? Do you really think that dog is your son-in-law? That's your son. Zhuo Xiaojuo went out and immediately replied with a message. It was also a poem. The heroes of China are all in Phoenix City. Hey. Send. On the other side. Fang Yinuo was confused when she saw the message. Damn. He's not willing to take the risk. He wants me to meet him. As she thought about it, she sighed with a toothache. This guy seemed to be even more cowardly than her. However, she was the one who gave in. All right, I'll go. Hence, she sent a message. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head. Second middle gate to the right, please turn back. Zhuo Xiaojuo replied, Oh, the spring water of the 3 rivers flows. The beauty should be fine, and I'll help you grow old. Fuck. You're threatening me again. Fang Yinuo kept her phone and immediately went out. Along the way, she sighed. What the fuck? She had already sent so many messages. She might as well have called to clarify things. She was speechless. Zhuo Xiaojuo and Fang Yinuo met in an extremely secluded place. You have news? Yes. Tell me. We went for a meeting last night to discuss the plan. How did you discuss the plan? Tell me in detail. Don't leave out a single word. Don't leave out anyone's expression when you speak. Fang Yinuo was dumbfounded. No wonder she had to call. This request was simply Zhuo Xiaojuo. Last night, the representative of the UMNO Alliance in Phoenix City called us for a meeting. A total of. Wait, what's the identity of the representative in Phoenix City? What does he look like? This. The representative has been hiding his appearance. How can we see what he looks like? We also don't know his public identity. Then what do I need you for? Fang Yinuo rolled her eyes. The representative's style has always been like this. He has to keep secrets from outsiders and even more so from his own people. It's basically impossible for him to be exposed. I can't do anything about it. Forget it. You can continue with the content of the meeting. Now, it's still a preliminary decision. The reason why it's a preliminary decision should be to let everyone have a rough idea of what to do. We'll have to wait until the next meeting. I estimate that we'll have to wait until the final moment of the Phoenix Soul soaring into the heavens before we can make a final decision. Now that we can confirm how many people there are, I want to know the exact head count. Don't tell me you don't even know this. I've already asked around about this. The high-end combat power includes 2 transformation stage cultivators. I'm one of them. In addition, there are 11 nascent soul stage cultivators and 20 Dan essence stage cultivators. This time, in order to complete the mission, all these people will go to war regardless of the cost and casualties. So few people? Are you kidding me? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. You want to accomplish such a big mission with so few people? Fang Yinuo couldn't help but widen her eyes. So few people. But when she thought about the meaning of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, she suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that Phoenix City has already gathered enough combat power to deal with the UMNO Alliance? Or could it be that there's a huge disparity in strength between them? If that was the case, wouldn't she really be trapped in a deadly situation if she acted rashly? Luckily, I switched sides at the last moment and joined Master Little Duo. Fang Yinuo rejoiced in her heart. That representative you mentioned, isn't he going to take action? Since he's the leader of a region and the person in charge of the overall situation, his strength should be no small matter, right? Recalling Fang Yinuo's introduction, Zhuo Xiaojuo sharply discovered the problem and asked directly. Emissaries are usually in charge of the overall situation and will never participate in a direct battle. Fang Yinuo said, at least in all my years of participating in missions, I've rarely seen an emissary take action. Zhuo Xiaojuo nodded non-committally. Chapter 284. Sir. Fang Yinuo tried to sound him out. I need you to promise me that the UMNO Alliance's elites will all be wiped out. None of them will be left alive. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything in the UMNO Alliance in the future. Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned and said, this. I can only promise you that I will do my best. But you should know that this is very difficult. Fang Yinuo was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his head. I can keep my promise, but my safety needs to be guaranteed. What if these people escape? Zhuo Xiaojuo looked at him with bright eyes. At first, I thought that you would ask me to let you escape with some of your men to cover up your betrayal. I didn't expect you to insist on wiping out all the Alliance's elites. This is a big loss for me. Fang Inuo smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I've always been a cautious person. Nothing is more important than my own life. Basically, all the forces in the Wizard Alliance have heard about this. Ahem. In this battle, I'm the person with the strongest combat power in the Wizard Alliance. If there's anyone who can survive in this situation, it's definitely me. Therefore, it's natural for me to be able to escape unscathed. No one will doubt it. But the others? There is no need for them to live. Living people are not as reliable as dead people. Fang Inuo's face was full of hope. Zhuo Xiaojuo laughed. I see. That's fine too. However, if you want me to help you wipe out all the Alliance's elites, I need you to provide me with more detailed information. Zhuo Xiaojuo muttered, this way, I can make the most appropriate arrangements according to the information, and achieve what you want to the greatest extent. However, Fang Inuo, this method is equivalent to you arranging your own life. Fang Inuo agreed. I understand. I have always been working hard for my life. I will not slack off. After this meeting, we haven't finalized any specific arrangements. Everything will depend on the last gathering to confirm the number of people who will participate in the battle. Once it is confirmed, I will send the information immediately. There will be no delay. That's good. Work hard. My lord, take care. Fang Inuo left. Zhuo Xiaojuo furrowed his brows and pondered for an entire hour. He had to confirm some things. Were his providence points enough? He checked his luck points. Now, he had accumulated 23 points. These should be about right. Zhuo Xiaojuo muttered to himself as he considered his overall plan. He walked out of his hiding place and took a big detour before heading back to the school. And this was the first time that Zhuo Xiaojuo had been late for school in so many years. Zhuo Xiaojuo's drunkenness from last night had long disappeared, but he was still frowning. He was calculating the odds of success at every step in his heart. Zhuo Xiaojuo. A clear but slightly uneasy and timid voice sounded. Zhuo Xiaojuo looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person standing in front of him. Her figure was slim and slender. Her face was delicate to the extreme. Her short hair was very neat. This person was Meng Chenyu. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking at him with uneasiness. Her eyes were faintly red. And the current intersection was about a kilometer away from the second middle school. Zhuo Xiaojuo instinctively became vigilant. He narrowed his eyes and said, Meng Chenyu? You are looking for me? Meng Chenyu nodded vigorously. Her voice was unprecedentedly soft. Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned and quickly took out a small mirror to look at himself. There was no danger. Also, if Meng Chenyu wanted to kill me, she should not have come so openly, right? At least, she would not have done it herself. Even if the Meng family was in a difficult situation and was gradually declining, it would not be to this extent. Zhuo Xiaojuo was very clear about this point. Why are you looking for me? Zhuo Xiaojuo coldly said. Between the two of us, there is nothing to say, right? Zhuo Xiaojuo. Meng Chenyu took 2 steps forward and begged, Can we find another place to talk? What do you want to talk about? I have a huge secret that I want to tell you. Meng Chenyu said in a low voice. Huge secret? Just you? Zhuo Xiaojuo looked at Meng Chenyu, who was full of hope, without any trust. Although I do not believe you, we have some connections. But at least we have some history. Come with me. It was still that secret and deserted abandoned house. Zhuo Xiaojuo had only left for 5 minutes. He did not expect that he would return so quickly. What is it? Speak quickly. I still have to go to class. I can't make it. Zhuo Xiaojuo said. My father has been caught. Tears streamed down Meng Chenyu's face. My brother doesn't want me anymore. I can't find him. Then why are you looking for me? Hurry up and go find your brother. This isn't the huge secret you were talking about, right? Now they don't want me. Meng Chenyu sadly said. Zhuo Xiaojuo, you Can you let me go? It seems that this is the secret you wanted to tell me. Zhuo Xiaojuo stood up and left. Meng Chenyu, goodbye. With a thump, Meng Chenyu knelt down and hugged Zhuo Xiaojuo's leg. Zhuo Xiaojuo, save me. Bang. Zhuo Xiaojuo kicked Meng Chenyu away. Don't hug me. I am allergic to the perfume on your body. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around and left without any hesitation. Meng Chenyu mournfully shouted, Zhuo Xiaojuo, what you want to know, I can tell you right now. I will tell you everything. Zhuo Xiaojuo stopped and slowly turned around. Where do you plan on telling me from? From the beginning when I found out about the Phoenix Pulse Spirit until now. Everything. Zhuo Xiaojuo's interest was piqued this time. He turned around and sat down. Speak. I am listening. I started from. Meng Chenyu began to narrate in detail. From the beginning when the Meng and Ning families began to sabotage He Yuanyue's plans. To the construction of the building and ancestral grave, to Meng Chen Tian becoming the head of the Meng group, to the scheme against Zhuo Xiaoyan. Bit by bit, there was no escape. The more Zhuo Xiaojuo listened, the sharper his gaze became. In other words, you knew about all of the schemes? Yes. What is your goal in coming to find me today? Zhuo Xiaojuo's gaze became as cold as ice. I know you will not forgive me, but I want to live. Meng Chenyu raised her delicate face. I am only 18. Xiaojuo, you may not know, but you should have heard that an 18-year-old girl can easily make mistakes. I know I was wrong, but I do not want to die. Zhuo Xiaojuo coldly said, as long as you are human, no one wants to die. But if you do not want to die, what is the point of coming to find me? My body has already begun to show those black spots. Meng Chenyu choked. I know that it is a curse. If nothing unexpected happens, I will not be able to live. But I know that you can save me. You're the one who cursed me, aren't you? Meng Chenyu looked at him with eyes full of hope. The feng shui situation was changed by you, right? So you can definitely save me. Whoever started the trouble should end it. But why should I save you? Zhuo Xiaojuo remained cold. I can give you everything you want. As long as I have it. Meng Chenyu gently said, although the Meng group has collapsed. The current assets are still an astronomical figure. As long as you save me, I will be the sole legal successor. When that time comes, all of this can be yours. Even I will be yours. You can play however you want. Meng Chenyu quietly said, could it be that you do not feel that playing with the daughter of your enemy is a very satisfying and delightful thing? As for me, as long as I can live, it is fine. Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes became more and more serene. If you are still not at ease. Meng Chenyu gritted her teeth and said, Zhuo Xiaojuo, I know everything about the primordial yin soul transfer. I can. Let you use the primordial yin soul transfer on my body. Turn me completely into your plaything. Senior sister's astral souls are only 99 astral souls. Using the primordial yin soul transfer to make up for her, she can become a complete astral soul that has never been seen before. This will create a miracle that the heavenly girl of spiritual thoughts cannot surpass. Xiaojuo, save me. I know you can do it. Meng Chenyu knelt a few steps forward and hugged Zhuo Xiaojuo's leg. She begged, Xiaojuo. In the future, I will listen to everything you say. Really. Believe me. Looking at Meng Chenyu's face, Zhuo Xiaojuo carefully observed it for a moment. The sadness and despair were real. The pleading was also real. But, faintly, there was a feeling of extreme discomfort and disharmony hidden within. At least from his understanding, Meng Chenyu was definitely not this kind of person. This young girl, with her personality, should not have proposed such a humiliating condition. If it was said that she stubbornly walked the path of death to the end, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt that it would be believable. But now, this kind of begging for her life, it really did not make sense. Zhuo Xiaojuo faintly said, if I want to change your fate, it is indeed not difficult. Meng Chenyu's eyes lit up. But what happens after that? Zhuo Xiaojuo playfully said, let me guess your final plan. After escaping, you will no longer be threatened by death. Although you will lose all your self-esteem and even your chastity, when you become my plaything, you will still be close to me. I believe that you will confidently use your physical advantage to instigate me and tempt me. In order to make me completely at ease, let me use the soul transfer on you to ensure that everything will go smoothly. As long as you use the soul transfer on me, you will suddenly use the secret method to backfire on me. Not only can you kill me, but you can also use the bond between Sister Xiao Nian and me, and everything that Sister Xiao Nian has will become yours. Zhuo Xiaojuo smiled and asked, right? Sure enough, it is an excellent wishful thinking. Other than losing your chastity, the other so-called losses are just temporary. The history books are written by the victors. After that, you will naturally become a female hero and the overlord of Phoenix, right? Meng Chen Yu was suddenly stunned, and then her face turned ashen. As long as I'm persuaded by you and use the soul transference technique, it will be good for me, good for Sister Nyan, and I'll have a slave for the rest of my life. It's a win-win situation, right? But as long as I want to do that, I will have to raise you, until Sister Xiao Nyan and I can get married. So your lifespan will be extended invisibly. Even if you can't do it, you can find a chance to escape. Since I have chosen to raise you, I will naturally not let the curse bother you, and you will no longer be in danger. Then, the best outcome would be for me to use the vital yin soul transfer on you and give you a taste of your own medicine. In summary, this is the truth of your complaint, the most vicious revenge plan. Zhuo Xiaojuo sneered. Do you think that I, Zhuo Xiaojuo, am so stupid that I can do anything for a woman? Or do you think that you are the only one in the world who knows that the soul transfer on me can backfire? Meng Chen Yu's eyes completely turned into a black hole. Her face was full of despair and despair. Zhuo Xiaojuo gritted his teeth and said word by word, actually, changing your fate and removing the curse for you is not difficult. Look up. Zhuo Xiaojuo's words made Meng Chen Yu raise her head subconsciously. However, what greeted him was a hammer that was even larger than a large water bucket, which suddenly covered everything in its path. With the force of a mountain, it fiercely smashed down. In a trance, it was as if she saw the sun and the moon rotating, and the stars flowing in reverse. Meng Chen Yu screamed, Zhuo Xiaojuo. Her voice was filled with unspeakable bitterness and hatred, but Zhuo Xiaojuo's face was cold, and he did not give her any more time to speak. The hammer fell with the sound of the wind. Then poof. Zhuo Xiaojuo's hammer was extremely powerful. It was as if he had poured all of his strength into this one strike. The wealth of the richest man, the beautiful female slave, astral souls. He did not care at all. Protective feelings for the fairer sex. What was that? The sledgehammer smashed downwards and struck its target. Meng Chen Yu's delicate face was instantly turned into mush, with brain matter flying in all directions. The sledgehammer continued to smash downwards without stopping in the slightest. That slender neck, that graceful body, that exquisite face, those long and slender legs, everything was crushed until they no longer existed. Dong. The hammer directly smashed Meng Chen Yu's body to the ground. In the end, only a pool of blood and some broken bones were left on the ground. P2E. Zhuo Xiaojuo put away his hammer. When he raised his hand to look, the hammer was as clean as new. There was not a single trace of blood. It was as if it had just been washed clean and taken out. I should not have used my kitty hammer to smash you, Zhuo Xiaojuo muttered, but you are too evil. I need to work together with Nyan Maro to kill you. Otherwise, it will be too easy for you. Kitty hammer, oh kitty hammer. On the first day of its birth, it has tasted the blood of a beautiful woman. Is it satisfying? This vicious woman wants to make me feel good. In your dreams. Kitty hammer, oh kitty hammer, rather than making me feel good, why not make you feel good? As he muttered to himself, the hammer had already been put back into the space ring. This chapter is 4,000 words. Originally, Meng Chen Yu had a part to play. But the more I wrote, the more disgusting it was, so I just killed it. Sigh. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. There are so few recommendation votes. Chapter 285. Zhuo Xiaojuo took out a towel from his spatial ring and wiped his hands. Then, he took out a set of clothes and calmly took off his clothes. He was completely naked. Looking at her own naked body, she let out a long sigh. My beautiful body, is it something that you, Meng Chenyu, can touch? He slowly changed his clothes and suddenly stretched out his right hand. An extremely hot feeling came out of his hand. A raging fire rose. Nothing in the desolate house was burned. Only the bloodstains on the ground were engulfed by the flames. The flickering flames illuminated Zhuo Xiaojuo's cold and indifferent face. The great sun. After confirming that there were no traces left, Zhuo Xiaojuo strode out without looking back. The moment he walked out of the courtyard, a feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Treat your friends with sincerity, but don't show mercy to your enemies. At this moment, Qin Fengyang's teachings flashed through his mind. Thank you, Teacher Qin. At this moment, He Yuan Yu was directing Hu Ruoyun to do her work. She dug out all of her lifelong collection. Everything was categorized and labeled clearly. To mischievous students who don't strive for improvement, to gifted students who are evil by nature. In this category, He Yuan Yu's personal reflections and summaries of her teaching experience were enough to fill a large bookshelf. Looking at these, He Yuan Yu said softly, Ruoyun, you must remember. Those who graduate from the second high school may not be strong or martial artists, but as long as they graduate from the second high school, they must first be a person. If you want to do something, you must first be a person. How to be a person? How to let a student learn to be a person with an indomitable spirit. These all require a teacher's teachings. There is no tree that cannot be straightened, and there is no student that cannot be taught. This is not a slogan, nor is it a high standard. It is the most basic integrity of a teacher. He Yuan Yu panted, you must remember. I will remember. With tears in her eyes, Hu Ruoyun tied it up bit by bit. At the end of the book, a palm-sized tiny box came into view. The box looked very ordinary, and it wasn't even locked. Hu Ruoyun picked up the box and was about to open it to see what was inside. Bring it here. He Yuan Yu gasped for breath with difficulty. Yes. He Yuan Yu caressed the box. She wanted to open it several times, but she didn't. Teacher, do you want to open this box? Hu Ruoyun asked subconsciously. He Yuan Yu hesitated for a moment and sighed softly, open it. Let me take one last look. Ruoyun, after I leave, don't let anyone see this box. Let it accompany me in the grave. Yes. Hu Ruoyun slowly opened the box. Suddenly, she froze and covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with indescribable shock. This was because there was only one well-preserved photograph in the wooden box. In the photo, there was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and suave, and the woman was peerless in her generation, a national beauty. The man's face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. The woman was leaning on the man's shoulder. Her face was filled with happiness and sweetness. The man was wearing a well-ironed suit. The woman was wearing a pure white wedding dress. This was a wedding photo. It was the proof of the sweetest moment between a man and a woman. It was just that the man and woman in the photo looked a little familiar. Hu Ruoyun suddenly had an incredulous thought in her heart. Then, she was completely shocked. This. Hu Ruoyun gasped for breath. Her eyes were dull. Suddenly, she murmured, This man. Looks like Teacher Qin Fengyang. This woman. Hu Ruoyun suddenly froze. Because she remembered many years ago. At that time, she was still a young girl. The old principal didn't have white hair back then. At that time, the old principal was still in good spirits. The old principal's face before that hadn't withered. It was quite similar to the bride in the photo. Hu Ruoyun raised her head in shock and looked at He Yuan Yu. He Yuan Yu's eyes were also focused on the photo. After looking at it for a long time, she said softly, Ruoyun, was I beautiful when I was young? Hu Ruoyun tried to breathe. However, she couldn't say a word. She could only feel her tears pouring out like a flood. At that time. I was once called the #1 beauty in the Northwest. He Yuan Yu smiled faintly. You were also someone who almost reached this step. You should understand me best. Hu Ruoyun's tears fell like rain. He Yuan Yu gently closed the lid of the box and placed it on the table. Her eyes were distant. It was as if she had traveled back 100 years and returned to that day. She didn't say anything. She didn't show any regret, pain, or sadness. However, it was this kind of calmness that made Hu Ruoyun feel even more heartbroken. Her lover was still young and strong. He still had an imposing appearance. However, the beauty back then was already covered in wrinkles and white hair. Her lover still had endless years to live in this world. However, the bride in the wedding dress back then had already reached the end of her life. White hair, a beautiful face, a pink skeleton, nothing more than this, nothing more than that. In such an atmosphere, in such a situation, how could they recognize each other? Hu Ruoyun felt the same way. Only now did she truly understand He Yuanyu's feelings. Don't forget. He Yuanyu patted the small box. Ruoyun will not disappoint you, Hu Ruoyun promised solemnly with tears. There are still 6 days. He Yuanyu said softly, on the 15th of July, the heaven and earth will be separated. When the moon is full, the phoenix pulse will enter the soul. No matter what, I have to see the phoenix pulse spirit. You will definitely see it, Hu Ruoyun said sincerely. I hope so. He Yuanyu closed her eyes tiredly. His withered hand gently caressed the small box. I, also once, was happy. Jiu Luoyang had been pestering Zhuo Xiaonian for the whole morning. Little sister Nyan, please help me. Jiu Luoyang was determined to get that song. It had only been 1 night and half a day, but her eyes were already red. She was very clear that in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands, the song would only be buried and would never see the light of day. Zhuo Xiaoduo would never sing on stage. This brat simply did not have such intentions. Jiu Luoyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo had only known each other for 2 days, but she already had a good understanding of this guy's personality. She knew that even if this guy went on stage again, he would only sing the song that he sang last night. Come on, I'm so sexy. The blood-stained style that he sang last night was an accident. It was almost impossible for him to do it again with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaonian shook her head. No. I will never make decisions for Xiaoduo. He is a man. He has to make decisions for himself. It's just a song. Not even a grain of rice. Zhuo Xiaonian was adamant. Xiaoduo's matters are up to him to decide. Whether it's me, my parents, or me, none of us will decide for him. After saying this, Zhuo Xiaonian was suddenly stunned. She was stunned for a while. She didn't know if she didn't say it. Now that she said it, she was shocked. Little Duo, this brat. So many things, which one of them wasn't completely decided by him? In fact, when she thought about it carefully, which one of her things was up to her? It seemed that he was also the one who made decisions. Father Zhuo and Mother Zhuo's identities as big bosses were basically confirmed. But even they rarely interfered with her or Xiao Duo's affairs. Maybe they didn't want to interfere too much, or maybe they couldn't interfere. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian was a little confused. At home, between Xiao Duo and I, it seemed that I was the stronger one. But now that I thought about it, everything was wrong. The guy who was thrown into the sky by me every day for bungee jumping, the bastard who was often beaten by me. Unknowingly, he has already controlled everything about me. That's not right, is it? After thinking about it carefully several times, she found that it was indeed so. It was not just not right, it was totally wrong, including her breakthrough, location, feng shui, the sword she forged, her appearance, and her whereabouts. Zhuo Xiaonian's little mouth slowly opened. I have been led by him for so long. I have been following his orders all the time. This is simply completely obeying orders. Unimaginable, inconceivable. Zhuo Xiaonian, who was suddenly enlightened, had the impulse to pull out a handful of hair. While pretending to be weak and being beaten by me, he secretly arranged everything for me. Why do I suddenly feel that my life has been completely turned upside down by someone in the past 2 months? The funny thing is, I didn't realize it at all. Had he been subtly influenced and turned into a frog that had been boiled in warm water? But now that she realized it, she was not angry in her heart. Instead, she felt comforted. What the hell was this? Nyan. Nyan. Jiyu Luoyang was speechless. What's wrong? We were just talking, so why did you suddenly empty yourself? What do you mean by that? How did you do this? Ah. Zhuo Xiaonian came back to her senses and hurriedly answered, what is it? Jiyu Luoyang covered her forehead with her hand. She was speechless. I am going to explode from anger. I have been talking to you for 2 hours, and now you are asking me what is it? No wonder you are surnamed Zhuo. You are almost the same as your weird brother. Song. Jiyu Luoyang said heavily. Oh. Zhuo Xiaonian came back to her senses and immediately said, no. Jiyu Luoyang was speechless. She was about to explode. Then come with me to find your brother. I will talk to him face to face. Is that okay? Jiyu Luoyang took a step back. No. Zhuo Xiaonian shook her head. I never care about Xiao Duo. My presence will affect his judgment. I don't want to give him any pressure and make him make decisions against his will. Chapter 286. Jiyu Luoyang was speechless. Is Zhuo Xiaoduo your brother or your husband? Jiyu Luoyang said weakly. Why are you so afraid of him? Even if he is your husband, you don't have to be so afraid, let alone your brother. She. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and stammered. What husband? I don't care. Sister, I'm not talking about this. Can't you get the point? Jiyu Luoyang felt more and more difficult to communicate with. Was this girl retarded? Zhuo Xiaonian said firmly, all in all, I won't do anything that will affect his judgment, let alone make a decision for him. It's just a small matter. It won't cause any negative impact on him. It will only benefit him. It doesn't matter. If there is a small matter, there will be a big matter. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. This kind of thing will either happen 0 times or countless times. So, I won't interfere. I won't start this. Zhuo Xiaonian grasped this point very clearly. In fact, perhaps even she herself didn't realize that this was actually her own heart. Or perhaps the bottom line. Alas. Jiyu Luoyang heard the decisiveness in her words. She couldn't help but give up completely. She couldn't help but curse in a low voice, Brother Devil. You are hopeless. Why should I be hopeless? Zhuo Xiaonian opened her big round eyes. Don't marry a brother devil. Don't marry a mother's boy. Jiyu Luoyang snorted. You, just wait to die of old age here. Who dares to marry a brother devil like you? Even the famous goddess of spiritual thoughts is no exception. I was planning to die of old age at home. Zhuo Xiaonian was confused. Sister Yang, your words are so strange. Can I take your words as a blessing? I'm so angry. I don't have anything in common with you. Jiyu Luoyang was so angry that she jumped up. If you don't go, I will go by myself. Can you tell me what your brother likes? Can you at least tell me? He likes. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to say, he likes me. She managed to pull herself back from the precipice in time and hurriedly corrected herself. He likes money. You like money? Jiyu Luoyang couldn't help but curse. What a good habit. If you like money, then that's easy. In the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo dragged his swollen body, which was about to fall apart, out of the school gate. Hammering was really a strenuous job. After swinging the sledgehammer for an entire afternoon, he had nearly crippled himself. His shoulders were so swollen that they resembled the armor of an ancient general. This sudden change made Jiyu Luoyang and the others, who were waiting outside with makeup, almost unable to recognize him. Luckily, although Zhuo Xiaonian was determined not to come, Mu Yangyang still came despite Jiyu Luoyan's pleading. After all, Mu Yangyang agreed with Jiyu Luoyang. That song, that blood-stained style, in the hands of Zhuo Xiaojuo, would only be a pearl covered in dust. It was better to give it to a more suitable person, so that it could shine brightly. Xiaojuo. Mu Yangyang liked Zhuo Xiaojuo more and more now. Although this guy was occasionally a bit naughty, when it came to getting things done, he was still very reliable. As long as he didn't use dirty tricks like grooming in the future, he would be a perfect young man. She hurriedly waved when she saw him. Ah, Ms. Mu. Zhuo Xiaojuo walked over with his shoulders drooping. What happened to your shoulders? Didn't Qin Fangyang help you unblock your meridians? Ms. Qin wasn't here this afternoon. I don't know where she went. Zhuo Xiaojuo took the opportunity to complain. This teacher is not responsible at all. He doesn't care about the suffering of the students at all. He doesn't care about the life and death of the geniuses at all. I'm going to complain to the Martial Arts Bureau and dismiss him. Mu Yangyang wanted to roll her eyes when she heard this. She clearly liked him, but every time she saw him, she couldn't control her temper and wanted to beat him up. What was going on? Shut up. Hurry up and follow me. Mu Yangyang turned and walked away. Oh. Zhuo Xiaojuo hurriedly followed her. The group took a detour and found a relatively secluded place nearby. Zhuo Xiaojuo looked around. And for a moment, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of secluded place is this? I've come here 3 times in one day. There are so many people coming and going, it's almost like a market. Xiaojuo, let me introduce you. Actually, you've seen this before. She's the #1 celebrity of the Yanwu Empire, Jiyu Luoyang. Zhuo Xiaojuo's face was filled with surprise. Wow. Is this the music genius? That's so lucky. Miss Jiyu, I'm your fan. His exaggerated expression and pretentious actions made Jiyu Luoyan's stomach swell with anger. She asked angrily, Master Zhuo actually likes to listen to my songs. I'm so honored. Which one of my songs has Master Zhuo heard before? Zhuo Xiaojuo paused. What did this girl mean? Did she have to be so serious? I'm just being polite. What song did Jiyu Luoyang sing before? He scratched his head and hesitated for a while before saying, 18. That touch. What song? I've never heard of it. Jiyu Luoyan's stiff face finally broke into a smile. The name of the song this kid mentioned was very rare. She had never heard of it before. What a strange genius. Yang is looking for you, but it's nothing big. I just want to buy a song from you. Mu Yangyang said, we're all on the same side. Don't ask for too much. Just give me some face. Yang is one of my juniors. Song. Zhuo Xiaojuo felt that he had been exposed. What song? The second song you sang last night. Jiyu Luoyang couldn't help but say, that song. Should be called Bloody Elegance, right? Zhuo Xiaojuo was shocked when he heard this. This was a dream that he had. How could this girl know about it? Did he really sing last night? He was about to deny it when he heard the soft voice in front of him singing softly, maybe I'll say goodbye and never come back. Zhuo Xiaojuo was dumbfounded. How did you know? Last night. We were there too. We saw you and heard you sing with our own ears. Jiyu Luoyang had a mischievous look on her face. Zhuo Xiaojuo covered his face. It was so embarrassing. Even Master Zhuo, who boasted that his face was thicker than the city walls, couldn't take it anymore. After all, Zhuo Xiaojuo knew very well what his image would look like when he sang when he was drunk. I want to buy your song. I want to sing this song for the soldiers. Jiyu Luoyang went straight to the point. Xiaojuo, can you fulfill my wish? Name your price. As long as I can afford it, I won't bargain. Name your price. Won't bargain? Zhuo Xiaojuo was startled. This thing could be sold for money. It seemed to be worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become spirited. His eyes widened and his mind started to work quickly. Miss Luoyang is a music expert. I don't know anything about the price of an original song. Miss, what price can you offer? Let's hear it. He couldn't make the first offer. He would definitely lose if he made the first offer. Master Zhuo was very clear about this. Especially when the other party was determined to get his song. There was a lot of room for manipulation. Jiyu Luoyang said, "This is an original song. I only want the right to sing it. I don't want the rights to the song to be under my name. According to the rules and the current market price, it's usually 10,000 to 20,000 star dollars. For people like me, if they find a song they really like, the price will be higher. The record for the most expensive song in the Yanwu Empire is 200,000 star dollars." Hearing this price, Master Zhuo lost his spirit. "Just this little money? This is an insult to me, Master Zhuo." He couldn't help but be annoyed. "Just this little money? Is it worth bringing so many people to find me? Ian, how about this?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly turned. "I can give you all the rights to the song for free. But I have another condition." "What condition?" Jiyu Luoyang hurriedly asked. "In 6 days, my sister will break through her current realm. I want to borrow the 2 god shadows beside you to protect my sister and ensure that she succeeds in her breakthrough. How about it? As long as you agree, this song will be yours. I won't take a single cent. Also, I will never touch this song again." This was like a pillow being sent when he was about to doze off. At such a critical moment, someone came to buy a song with great sincerity. But she also had a super powerful expert by her side. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I can give you 1,000 songs as long as you have an expert on your side." "Your sister, Zhuo Xiaonian?" Jiyu Luoyang laughed. "Good, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's whip. It's a deal. But you're at a disadvantage. Nyana is my good sister. Even if you didn't ask, I was going to protect her. You're basically giving me a good song for free." Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and said with a simple and honest expression, "Your intentions are your business. I am willing to pay for my sister. This is my intention, mutually beneficial, both of us are willing." Hee hee. That laugh was really honest. Jiyu Luoyang sighed and said, "You're so good to your sister as a brother. No wonder she protects you so much. Okay, let's be friends. I'll leave after Nyana breaks through. I owe you this song. I hope there will be another day when I can make it up to you." At this moment, she was touched. She patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and said, "It's so good that Nyana has a brother like you. I'm so envious." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded honestly, smiled honestly, and scratched his head honestly. "Of course not. I'm just trying my best. I hope it can be of some help to my sister's breakthrough." "Her luck hasn't been good recently, so I'm worried." Jiyu Luoyang nodded. Because of the deep affection between the brother and sister, she couldn't help but have a better impression of Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Give me a dozen younger brothers like this too. Why don't I have one monthly votes and recommendation votes? Then, please come to Chidian Chinese Network to support the subscription. It's only 1 or 2 cents. In today's society, people don't care about that. Just support the author." Chapter 287. The honest expression on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was still the same as before, but in his heart, he thought, "I just wasted a drop of luck point to look at your face. You're going to have a concert in another city in 5 days, and you're saying that you're going to protect Nyan Nyan Cat? Do you think I'm called Master Zhuo for nothing? But now that you've agreed to my conditions, you can't leave." The 2 invisible divine shadows beside him were speechless. "You want to hire 2 Huayun bodyguards for a song? That's too cheap." But Jiyu Luoyang suddenly changed the topic to her sisterly relationship with Zhuo Xiaonian, and she wanted to protect her without paying. They couldn't refuse. But in their hearts, what sisterly relationship? You're just interested in her song. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even happier. "It's just a song, and I want 2 Huayun bodyguards, and they're divine shadows. I've really earned a lot this time." So he wanted to make it happen. What if this girl goes back on her words? Well, I heard that you need to sign a contract to transfer the ownership of a song. I can sign it at any time, or a verbal agreement is also fine.
I trust you.
I have always known that Miss Jiu Luoyang is a woman who is not inferior to men. Every word of hers is like a nail, and if it is smashed into the ground, it will be a pit. Zhuo Xiaojuo appeared to be exceptionally magnanimous and cautious. He actually managed to flatter Chu Yang. It's a deal, it's a deal. Jiu Luoyang was very happy that she got what she wanted. She finally got the song she wanted, and it went so smoothly. Miss. Behind her, Wei Chong reminded her, according to the original plan, we'll go to Nanji City in 4 days. The concert date has been set. Nanji City has already started the promotion. Jiu Luoyan's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened. Oh no! I forgot. Wei Chong was speechless. My lady, how can you forget such an important thing? Jiu Luoyan's face turned ugly. She turned to Zhuo Xiaojuo and said, this. Zhuo Xiaojuo's face turned ugly as he coldly said, if Miss Luoyan's time is hard to coordinate, then let's forget about this matter. How would I dare to delay your business? I thought I had earned a favor for no reason, but it turns out it was just a joke. I was thinking too much. Jiu Luoyang was embarrassed. Zhuo Xiaojuo's words put her on the spot, and her face turned red and white. After all, Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't make any excessive requests. She was the one who said that Zhuo Xiaonian was her good sister. When she broke through, even without Zhuo Xiaojuo's conditions, she would do her best to help. In the end, it was all a lie. She was slapped in the face. She was slapped in the face. She went back on her words. But after thinking for a long time, Jiu Luoyang still felt that her concert was more important. She couldn't lose the big picture because of a little thing. After all, the promotion was already in place. If she changed her ticket at the last minute, the loss would definitely not be small. For a song. Was it really worth it? Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes flashed. As smart as he was, how could he not see Jiu Luoyan's inclination? He hummed softly, if it's like this. Don't be sad. If it's like this, don't be sad. The soft but extremely emotional melody came out spontaneously. Compared to last night, it was many times more infectious. Jiu Luoyang, as a music expert, felt this feeling more deeply than others. In a flash, Zhuo Xiaojuo's melody changed, and became sonorous and powerful. Crazy with hatred, where the long knife points, how many brothers and sisters are buried in a foreign land, why not die 100 deaths to protect the country? Holding back the sigh, speechless, tears of blood. The song was not finished, but Zhuo Xiaojuo ended it with a long sigh. I was inspired at the last minute, and spoke without thinking. What a joke, what a joke. Miss Luoyang said that she likes this type of song. I wonder if this song is pleasing to her ears. Although she only heard 2 lines, Jiu Luoyan's eyes were fixed on Zhuo Xiaojuo's face. She couldn't move her eyes away. The bleak, tragic, heroic sacrifice of this song was like a heavy hammer, heavily hitting her heart. Don't say any more. Jiu Luoyang glanced back and said, we will stay here for 5 more days. South Ji City's concert. South Ji City's concert. Jiu Luoyang thought for a while and said, inform South Ji City that I caught a cold on the way here. The condition of my throat is not very good, and I need to rest for 3 to 5 days. To express my apology, I will personally send out 1,000 first-class tickets. These 1,000 first-class tickets will all be given to the families of the soldiers, the families of the martyrs, and the disabled soldiers and warriors selected from South Ji City. I will use this to express my respect for the heroes. Brilliant plan. Even Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes lit up. This move was extremely beautiful. In the blink of an eye, she turned a bad thing into a good thing. Zhuo Xiaojuo applauded and said, in life, it is normal for people to get sick and die of old age. She is holding a concert continuously. The big star isn't made of iron, and she has traveled a long way to come here. Isn't it normal for her to get sick? But even with such a normal illness, Miss Jiu Luoyang feels sorry for the fans of South Ji City. Therefore, she proposed this compensation method to pay tribute to the heroes. If South G City can use this opportunity to hold a special event to pay tribute to the heroes, perhaps there will be other benefits. If this event was already a big deal before the big star went there, and Miss Jiu Luoyang went there, it would be a great climax. By borrowing the influence of the big star, she would be able to spread the news of South G City to the whole world. This would be a great political achievement. Wonderful. Miss Jiu Luoyang, this is a great gift for South G City. Zhuo Xiaojuo applauded and praised. Mu Yangyang and Jiu Luoyang looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo in amazement. This kid's brain works really fast. We haven't thought of this yet. This kid just casually said a few words, and it turned out to be a high-end public relations script. It was an irresistible temptation for the officials of South G City. With this temptation in front of them, the officials of South G City might even wish that Jiu Luoyang would go a few days later. Yes, let's do that. Jiu Luoyan's eyes lit up, and she immediately went to arrange it. Haha, Xiaojuo is really amazing. What's the name of the song you sang just now? Was it really a sudden inspiration? Jiu Luoyang smiled. It was indeed a sudden inspiration. Inspiration is not something that I can control. As an expert in music theory, Miss Luoyang is naturally very clear about this. Zhuo Xiaojuo scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. My sister can't make a breakthrough. My mind is in a mess, and I'm no better than an ant on a hot pan. Let alone a song, I can't even write. Jiu Luoyang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I've already agreed. Haha, everything depends on effort. If you don't make it through that day, how can I truly be at ease? Zhuo Xiaojuo looked up at the sky and sighed. You're really not going, Jiu Luoyang said. Can you help me perfect the song Bloodstained Style? We'll talk about other things later. Wait until your sister makes a breakthrough. How about that? It was obvious that Jiu Luoyang already knew that she had lost her credibility with Zhuo Xiaojuo. She didn't dare to ask too much, and prioritized showing her sincerity and goodwill. This was the best way to ease the relationship between them. Zhuo Xiaojuo rolled his eyes. After confirming that this girl wouldn't run away after getting the perfect song, he took advantage of the situation to raise a condition. That's a reasonable request. I have the responsibility and obligation to perfect this song. Taking 10,000 steps back, I don't feel at ease with you guys perfecting this song. After all, with your poor standards. Cough, cough, what I mean is, I'm still the original author of this song. Zhuo Xiaojuo's face was simple and honest. Don't worry. Every night after school, I have half an hour of free time. We'll perfect it. Before you leave Phoenix City, we'll definitely finish it. Jiu Luoyang was stunned again. This kid, it was clear that he wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. She was now certain that before Zhuo Xiaoyan made a breakthrough, she definitely wouldn't be able to get the complete score. Jiu Luoyang said a few more polite words, then left with her people. Mu Yangyang stayed behind. Looking at Zhuo Xiaojuo, she wanted to say something but stopped. Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned and said, Teacher Mu, Meng Chen, you came to find me. Mu Yangyang took a deep breath and said, How was it? She was killed by me. Mu Yanyan's body trembled and said, Killed? Where's the body? I killed her until there wasn't even a skeleton left. Her body and soul were destroyed. Zhuo Xiaojuo showed a satisfied expression. Mu Yanyan's face suddenly paled. She wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, she muttered, Killing her is also good. Her beautiful face showed a trace of sadness, but she was forcefully suppressing it. After all, she was a disciple that she brought up. Zhuo Xiaojuo observed her expression and said, Teacher Mu, don't be sad. He didn't want to speak ill of a dead person. With Zhuo Xiaojuo's temper, even when Meng Chenyu was alive, he didn't have time to scold her, let alone now that she was dead. But now looking at Mu Yanyan's disappointed look, how could he understand Mu Yanyan's mood? He said, Teacher Mu, do you know why she came to find me? She planned to use the vital yin soul transfer method as a condition to save her life. Mu Yanyan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Ah? She actually. This is not the true meaning of her plan. Teacher Mu probably didn't know that there was something strange about the vital yin soul transfer method. She, who had evil thoughts, planned to use the time when I used the vital yin soul transfer method to reverse the method and backfire on me and sister Xiao Nian, becoming the overlord of Phoenix. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I couldn't tolerate such a person, so I killed her. At least in my opinion, such a disciple is better than not. Mu Yangyang trembled and gritted her teeth. Damn it. What's more, with my personality, even if she didn't have such a vicious plan, I wouldn't leave any future trouble. She was a ticking time bomb. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled, so, her death is inevitable. Chapter 288. Mu Yangyang was upset for a long time and said, let's not talk about this. I'll take you home. Okay. Ms. Mu, I hope you're the only one who knows about Guluoyan's divine shadow protector. Understood. Don't tell anyone. This was the thing that Zhuo Xiaoduo was most worried about. Don't worry. Mu Yangyang said lightly, I attach more importance to this matter than anyone else. After sending Zhuo Xiaoduo home, Mu Yangyang left. No one knew where she went. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo mentioned that he had invited Guluoyan's divine shadow protector to protect Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't speak for a long time. She just ate silently. Only when she looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo occasionally, her eyes became softer. Dogda is doing everything he can to increase my protection. This is a bit unscrupulous, and he's doing everything he can. I'd better get through this hurdle quickly and rest more. During this period of time, he was really too tired. Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoduo's name made Zhuo Xiaonian, who was just touched, angry. Zhuo Xiaonian bared her teeth and asked, what? And how many times have I told you not to call me Nian Mao again? Okay, Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, how many times have you suppressed your cultivation? Hearing this question, even Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting looked over with concern. Zhuo Xiaonian had the phoenix vein to suppress the progress of her cultivation. She didn't need to worry about sudden breakthroughs. During this period, she had been suppressed too many times. And every time she suppressed her cultivation, she would have a little more foundation. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to throw a tantrum and teach this stubborn girl a lesson. She kept calling her Nian cat, but when she saw the concerned look on her parents' faces, she swallowed her anger and said, about 40 times. There are still 6 days left. I estimate that there will be another round of suppression during this period, which is 41 times. She frowned and thought for a while. Then, she said, that should be it. That's all I can feel. There's also the surging of primordial qi. If I include all of them, I estimate that there have been at least 50 times. 41 times. 50 times. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting could not help but cough. The other party glanced at him and was completely speechless. This level of accumulation was unprecedented in the entire continent of astral souls. Wu Yuting thought about her own situation back then. When she was advancing from the embryonic breathing realm to the elixir realm, she had put in all sorts of effort and risked her life, but she had only managed to suppress it 9 times. After that, she had become a legendary figure. Zhuo Changlu was also calculating in his heart. How many times did I do it in the past? Was it 8 or 9 times? But no matter what, compared to his daughter's 40 to 50 times, there was no way to compare. Although Niana's achievement was more due to the addition of the Phoenix bloodline, the gap was too big. In the future, when the elixir realm fights the nascent soul realm, it's basically Nian's basic operation. Zhuo Changlu sighed. I won't be too surprised even if Huayun fights the god-reigning realm. Even if she wins the battle, Nian might be able to do it. If she can really do that, it'll be the first time in the history of the continent. Zhuo Xiaoduo was at a loss. The more she suppressed it, the better her aptitude, the better her future, and the greater her future achievements. But you suppressed it so many times, how can I catch up? Could it be that I, Zhuo Xiaojuo, a man, would be suppressed by this Nyan cat for the rest of my life, unable to turn over a new leaf? Oh heavens, oh earth, are you trying to play me to death? I want to be the master. Have you straightened out the sword technique, footwork, and escape technique? How's your divine will? Zhuo Changlu tried hard to make an expression that said, it's normal to suppress it 40 to 50 times. Then, he asked calmly, Dad's method is really useful. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled and said, my divine sense has almost doubled. What about you? Zhuo Xiaoduo's head drooped as he said, I probably increased my spiritual sense by 1.5 times, close to 2 times, sigh. Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily, you have so much more than me. Why are you still so stinky? Are you looking for a beating? She wanted to use this as an excuse to teach someone a lesson. It's not 40 to 50 times. What's there to be proud of? Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed. Zhuo Changlu naturally understood what his son was thinking. He laughed and said, your sister Nyan Nyan is in the embryonic breathing realm. Her divine sense is stronger than yours. It's not a big deal for you to increase it. Zhuo Xiaojuo looked even more dejected. Yes. I understand. Sigh. This sigh was full of resentment and went straight to the heart. After dinner, Zhuo Xiaojuo was dragged out by Zhuo Xiaonian. Zhuo Xiaojuo was taken out by Zhuo Xiaojuo. Zhuo Xiaojuo had too many things to train now. Hammer, sword, hidden weapon, strength, body movement, footwork, escape. As the saying goes, hard work is the key to success. How could he not make the best use of his time? Damn, you're making money so fast now. Zhuo Xiaonian was very happy. She said, you haven't paid the fine for a few days, and you've already accumulated so much. I took a look just now. It's more than 4 million. This speed of earning money. It's really. Zhuo Xiaojuo was unusually cautious. Miss. Nyan Nyan cat, let's negotiate. The frequency of fines like yours is too fast. There's no room for negotiation. As long as you do well enough, not only will you not be punished, but you'll also reap huge benefits. This is the coexistence of risks and benefits. How is this punishment? After hearing this, Zhuo Xiaojuo looked bitter. Nyan Nyan cat was indeed an iron abacus. She didn't give in at all. Just like before, from the moment he arrived at the place, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt that his money had directly become an assembly line, flowing towards Zhuo Xiaonian. The calculation was done every hour. In the first half of the hour, the sister and brother would each practice the prescribed tasks. In the second half of the hour, Zhuo Xiaoduo's progress would be assessed. Then, it started to flow out of 100, 200, 500, 1000, 2000. Seeing that the result was inevitable, Zhuo Xiaojuo couldn't help but make up his mind. I'm going all out. I don't believe that I won't be able to get my money back even if I work so hard. Since risks and benefits coexist, no matter how big the risk is, there's still a possibility that I can turn the tables. What if I pass the test? Then, won't I earn back a lot of money? With this thought in mind, Zhuo Xiaojuo held his breath and practiced with all his might. Although his cultivation level was low, the intensity of his practice was several times greater than Zhuo Xiaonian's. This was something that couldn't be helped. Zhuo Xiaonian's practice was very simple. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo's practice was very complicated and varied. It wasn't that Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't know the principle that miscellaneous things couldn't be compared to single-mindedness. However, what he had learned now was useful and meaningful. He couldn't let go of any of them. Therefore, he could only choose to practice all of them together. This practice lasted until 2:30 in the morning. Zhuo Xiaojuo was drilled until he was hovering between life and death many times. Just the fine alone was more than 600,000. This number was the result of Zhuo Xiaonian giving him a few chances. During this time, she gave him a reward for reaching the standard 4 or 5 times. When Zhuo Xiaojuo started to practice his hammer, Zhuo Xiaonian, who had a panoramic view of the scene, almost laughed until her belly hurt. These hammers were too big. Standing on the slightly soft ground, Zhuo Xiaojuo raised his hammers and concentrated his center of gravity on his waist. In an instant, his whole body was pressed into the ground by his own weight, all the way to his calves. In this situation, it was hard to say whether he could face the enemy head-on, but he definitely couldn't escape from being laughed at by the enemy. When it was time to go back, Zhuo Xiaojuo was so tired that he didn't even have the strength to speak. However, he was still very satisfied in his heart. Well, I only paid out 600,000 yuan today. Some of my results have already reached the standard. This is hope, this is an opportunity. At this rate, I won't be far from emptying Nyan Cat's pockets. I must let her be in debt. Just you wait, Nyan Cat. Master Zhuo will win you until you cry and go bankrupt. In the end, you will pay your debt with your body. With this beautiful wish, Zhuo Xiaojuo fell into a deep sleep on the bed. This was thanks to Zhuo Xiaoduo's solid body foundation and the Flaming Sun Sutra's amazing recovery ability. If it were an ordinary person, with an ordinary cultivation method, he would have been ruined by himself before Master Zhuo could become a master. In the morning. During breakfast. I've discussed it with your mother. Zhuo Changlu's voice was faint, as if he was just giving a notice. We'll leave tomorrow morning. We'll go out and have fun. You two must stay at home and behave well. Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaojuo were stunned. Dad, Mom, are you serious? Of course, we've already bought the tickets. Zhuo Changlu showed the tickets with a proud and high-spirited face. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twisted. Mom, Dad, can't you wait for another week? Wouldn't it be great if we went out together as a family after a week? Son, are you an idiot? Why did I choose this time? It's to get rid of you. How can you not see this? You're too blind, aren't you? Zhuo Changlu drank his porridge and said slowly, wait for another week and bring you two along. Then why are we going out? Isn't it the same as being at home? Don't we still have to worry about everything? Zhuo Xiaonian was also very unwilling to accept this. Growing up, she had spent almost all her time in a cycle of cultivation and experience. She had never accompanied her parents on a trip before. How could she miss such an opportunity? It's settled. Your objection is invalid. Zhuo Changlu said, we'll go out for a month or two at most. We'll definitely be back when you're about to take the exam. A month or two. Zhuo Xiaojuo was completely dumbfounded. Originally, Zhuo Xiaojuo was a little happy that his parents were going out on a trip. From now on, he would be the head of the family. Although he couldn't express this thought clearly, he still thought about it occasionally. But now that he heard it, it was actually going to be so long. Wu Yuting said lightly, your sister Nian Nian is about to break through. Your dad and I can't help at all if we stay here. We might even become a hindrance. It's better to hide at this time, so that you won't have to worry about anything. Anyway, we can only stay at home and worry. Chapter 289. After the breakthrough, you can't leave immediately. After all, this semester is about to end. Next, your sister Nian Nian will enter the Seoul Martial Arts Institute to further her studies. Xiao Juo, you will also enter the High Martial Arts Institute to study. Wu Yuting sighed. Nian Nian, take care of Duo Duo. Duo Duo, take care of your sister. Okay. After the meal, Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian were unusually quiet. After all, in all these years, Father Zhuo and Mother Zhuo had never left them for such a long time. Wu Yuting was also reluctant to leave. Although he knew that the best arrangement was for the two of them to leave at this moment, he was still worried. There was still a chance. What if he came back and received the news that he had failed to break through? His son and daughter were. How could she think like that? Zhuo Zhanglu, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He seemed to be full of confidence and confidence. He had to act like this to make his wife feel at ease. Thinking about his parents' trip, Zhuo Xiaojuo was absent-minded even when he was reading fortunes at the school gate. Yo, Master Zhuo, you're carrying more and more weight. Someone laughed. Lifting this big piece with one hand, I think it's at least £5,000. £5,000? TSK, with your eyesight, if it's less than £5,000, I'll eat shit live. That's amazing. Of course. After seeing more than 20 people and receiving £70,000 to £80,000, Zhuo Xiaojuo entered the school and directly entered the 50x gravity room with all the weight equipment. Zhuo Xiaojuo was already wearing the £5,000 weight that Wu Taijiang gave him. The total weight of both arms was £10,000. Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't use the one that weighed £3,000. It's too light. Who are you looking down on? A mere £3,000? Is that for me, Master Zhuo? If I'm going to do it, I'll do my best. Of course, £30,000 is still too heavy. It's not that I don't want to use it, I'll use it in the future. 4 hours in the 50x gravity room. Zhuo Xiaojuo once again crawled out. He now understood that the Xiantian realm and the Martial Master realm were two completely different realms. In the Martial Master realm, it was easy to fill one's celestial essence qi, but once one reached the Xiantian realm, one's celestial essence qi would undergo a qualitative change, and it would no longer be easy to fill one's dantian. After so many days of crazy cultivation, it didn't seem to have increased by much. The teacher in charge of the gravity room had already gone to look for the school. Zhuo Xiaoduo's 50x gravity room is overloaded. I'm afraid. It won't be long before it breaks down. Li Changjiang didn't care about this problem at all. If it's broken, we'll just replace it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. If the old don't go, the new won't come. That's easy for you to say. What about the reconstruction costs? Ask Zhuo Xiaojuo for it. Ask Zhuo Xiaojuo for it. You really dare to think about it? Li Changjiang narrowed his eyes. What kind of person is Zhuo Xiaojuo? He doesn't even want to pay the tuition fees, and you still want to ask him for compensation. You're thinking too much. The school will pay for the reconstruction cost. Teacher. Principal Li, could it be that you're thinking too little? Could it be that you've forgotten what kind of facilities the gravity room and the 50x gravity room are? Second High is going to bleed a lot. When it was time to eat, Wan Li Xiu said mysteriously, do you know? The 1,000-year-old Ning family has become history. The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, committed suicide last night together with the ancestor of the Ning family. So awesome. Zhuo Xiaojuo was surprised. Why? How can you use so awesome to ask at this moment? Long Yusheng despised Zhuo's choice of words. I heard that the head of the Meng family, Meng Tianyu, also suddenly fell ill during the shield investigation last night. In a very short period of time, his whole body was covered with black spots. He scratched his face with his hand and his eyeballs were directly scratched out. In the end, Director Jiang couldn't bear to see him tortured and simply killed him. I didn't know that Director Jiang was such a soft-hearted person before. The number one ancient martial arts family that has shaken Phoenix City for thousands of years has fallen just like that. Li Chenglong sighed. If you ask me, I'd say that those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. These two families are known as the mainstays of Phoenix City, but the inhumane things they did behind the scenes have already spread like wildfire. Now, the time has come, and so has the retribution, Yu Moyan said coolly. The number one family, the number one financial group. Long Yusheng sighed. It doesn't matter if they die, but countless people will lose their jobs. The governor's office and the government will be very busy. Wan Li Xiu said, things aren't that pessimistic. I heard from my dad that the Meng family's industrial chain is actually very intact. It's just that the Meng family's manpower is basically dead, and no one is specifically operating it. That's why it's in a state of paralysis. As long as it's nationalized, there will be professionals to deal with and manage it. At most, it will be chaotic for a short period of time. After the transition period, there won't be any problems. There may be turbulence, but there won't be any large-scale layoffs and many people losing their jobs. Or it can be directly nationalized and then packaged and sold to other financial groups. That's also a way out. That really saves a lot of trouble. Zhuo Xiaojuo rolled his eyes. Someone has to clean up the mess and take over. Otherwise, the Meng family's business scope is nationwide. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Li Zhongming understood. Within 2 months, 3 giants fell one after another. Long Yusheng sighed. It's not just 3, right? Li Chenglong smirked. There's also the Long family. Didn't their old house turn into a big lake? What a beautiful scenery. If you have time, you should go fishing and play. Fishing your sister. Long Yusheng flew into a rage. The 2 of them started to wrestle. The other 4 people whistled and watched the show. Even Wn Li Xiu was the same. She didn't go up to help or help them. One thing had to be said. Ever since Zhuo Xiaojuo broke through to the Xiantian realm, his appetite had sharply decreased. However, the other 5 were still in a state of eating. So much so that every time they ate, the unscrupulous Zhuo would take 4 or 5 steamed buns, shaking his head and sighing with a puzzled face. Hey! Is this a school or a pigsty? Look at these guys, they are simply the reincarnation of hungry ghosts. As a classmate, I'm really ashamed. Shameful. Every time he said this, the other 5 would look at him as if they wanted to eat him. But Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't care at all. Look at me. That's because I'm handsome, not convinced. If you're not convinced, you can come and hit me. If you're afraid, you can write Zhuo's name backwards. Well, of course, Boss Zhuo was not afraid. After his breakthrough, his combat strength had soared. Not to mention using a handheld weapon, he could kick the 5 of them into a pulp if he gave up both his hands and one of his legs. There was no other way. This was the gap in strength between a certain someone and the other 5. And this situation had stimulated the 5 of them to train hard. They hoped to break through to the Xiantian realm as soon as possible and stand on the same level as a certain someone. They hoped that one day, they would be able to defeat this unscrupulous guy. Zhuo Xiaojuo had been waiting for news from Fang Yinuo. However, he didn't receive any news. Instead, Jiyu Luoyang called him again. Brothers were. Do you have time now? What's up? I've made some changes to the song you gave me. I want to ask you, the original author, to listen to it and give me some pointers. Alright, send it over. I'll listen to it. It had to be said that Jiyu Luoyan's music skills were not exaggerated. She was really good at it. Zhuo Xiaojuo found a secluded place and listened to the revised song. He realized that it was almost done. Of course, there were still some flaws, but there were very few. The efficiency is really high. But it's already very good. Zhuo Xiaojuo casually picked out a few flaws and sent them back. Of course, he couldn't give all the pointers in one go. What if Jiyu Luoyang ran away? Zhuo Xiaojuo's evaluation of Jiyu Luoyan's character was lowered because he went back on his words. If he could take a chance, of course he would take a chance. After Jiyu Luoyang received the reply, she changed the song according to Zhuo Xiaojuo's instructions. After listening to it again, she was even more impressed by Zhuo Xiaojuo. I'm really not as good as his original work. Although it was only Xiao's modification, the entire song was completed to a higher level. Over the past few days, Qin Fengyang's emotions had become more and more unstable. The gloominess on his face had also become heavier and heavier. However, no matter how unstable Qin Fengyang's emotions were, he was still so attentive when teaching his students. His words and actions were full of kindness, and his patience was unprecedentedly abundant. It was as if he had unified 2 extremely disharmonious states. However, that was only a temporary forced coexistence. It was not a neutralization or cancellation. For example, no matter how mischievous Zhuo Xiaojuo was, Qin Fangyang only watched. He did not scold him, nor did he do anything. For Qin Fangyang, this was absolutely impossible. However, at this moment, Qin Fangyang had fallen into this extreme state of dislocation. Qin Fangyang was really afraid. He was well aware of his current repressed emotions. He knew that he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was extremely easy for him to lose control of his emotions. There was no need for conflict. As long as the students slightly angered him, it could trigger the extreme brutality in his heart. With his current cultivation and fighting power, if he made a mistake, then it would be really bad. However, he did not look for Zhuo Xiaojuo. Zhuo Xiaojuo just had to provoke him. Teacher Qin, he. Zhuo Xiaojuo laughed despicably. Why are you here instead of practicing? Qin Fangyang said unhappily. Could it be that you have broken through to the embryonic breathing realm again? How can it be so fast? Teacher Qin, you think too highly of me. Zhuo Xiaojuo laughed. I just came to ask. After breaking through to the innate realm, shouldn't I continue to touch and comment? The innate realm corresponds to the third model, right? When does it start? Qin Fangyang frowned. He realized that he had really forgotten about this matter. Chapter 290. Do you want to wait for them or do you want to take the test by yourself? Qin Fangyang asked. I'll do it by myself. Zhuo Xiaojuo said. They're now suppressing their realms and accumulating their own foundation. If I tell them to wait for me, I'm afraid it will affect their state of mind. That's good too. Qin Fangyang felt that Zhuo Xiaojuo's words made sense. He said, then get ready. I'll tell the headmaster that you'll take the test in a few days. Qin Fangyang paused and stared at Zhuo Xiaojuo. Let me tell you, kid. Your previous 2 tests showed that your temperament is quite different. Zhuo Xiaojuo said, different? Of course. An honest and kind person like me should be different. It's hard to find someone kinder than me in this world. Shut your mouth. Qin Fangyang felt a headache coming on. Can you be more cautious? Qin Fangyang warned. Zhuo Xiaojuo quickly agreed without hesitation. Is there anything else? Qin Fangyang asked when he saw that Zhuo Xiaojuo was not leaving. He looked like he wanted to say something. Teacher Qin. Zhuo Xiaojuo pondered for a moment and said, I know what you're thinking now. The thing you've been thinking about is indeed not easy to do. Qin Fangyang's face immediately showed a pained expression. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as if he was trying to calm his state of mind. However, there was little effect. About the thing you've been worrying about, I have an idea. However, I can only say that I'm trying. After all, there's no similar experience before. I dare not say that I'm confident. I can only say that it's a very slim hope. Do you want to give it a try? Zhuo Xiaojuo considered his words carefully. He stammered and could not convey his meaning. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes suddenly lit up. What is it? What is it? He grabbed Zhuo Xiaojuo. Teacher Qin, I need to make it clear in advance. What I'm doing is just to increase our hope. Or rather, it's to preserve our hope. The method I'm talking about has never been successful before. In fact, we don't even know if it's feasible. Zhuo Xiaojuo hurriedly said, that's why I said that this method is probably just a way to comfort you. Don't get your hopes up. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, just say it. Zhuo Xiaojuo said, I don't know if reincarnation really exists in this world, nor do I know if reincarnation really exists in this world. No one has really seen those things. At best, they are just legends that have not been proven. But I believe in fate. Just like my physiognomy divine ability, I can peek into fate by observing one's appearance. Although I don't know the principle behind it, this is already the embodiment of fate. I believe Teacher Qin won't doubt my words, right? Qin Fangyang's eyes shone brightly. That's right. Your physiognomy divine ability is indeed marvelous and unprecedented. It's indeed the embodiment of fate. I'm sure of that. And the method I'm going to talk about is also derived from this. The trend of fate is, to a large extent, dependent on one's fate. For example, the people of the Meng family and the Ning family stole the fate of the phoenix vein for their own use. They benefited from it for many years, But once they suffered a backlash, they were immediately punished. Their entire family was in trouble and their bloodline was cut off. How can there be no reason for this? On the other hand, the old principal spent her entire life for the country and the people. For the welfare of the common people. She exhausted her mind and worked her heart out. Such a good person was not rewarded well. I think that if the heavens had eyes, they wouldn't have let her life be so miserable and bleak. Zhuo Xiaojuo pondered and spoke from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, his face was even overflowing with radiance. He was no longer as sloppy as he usually was. He said word by word, I can even say with certainty that the fate accumulated by the old principal's life must be enormous. All living beings will look askance at her, and heaven and earth will be moved by her. Based on this knowledge and judgment, I want to plot against the heavens. To do one last thing for the old principal. Qin Fangyang asked nervously, plot against the heavens? What do you want to do? Zhuo Xiaojuo turned his wrist and a coin appeared in his palm. It was a coin that was still mixed with some barely visible bloodstains. This is my sister. Well, it's one of the coins in the spiritual thoughts feng shui formation, where the final fate will fall. As long as this coin is still here, it will continue to accumulate fate. Zhuo Xiaojuo said, Teacher Qin. What you need to do is let the old principal accept this coin and wear it close to her body. When she dies, this coin will enter the coffin with her, be cremated together, live together, be buried together, and die together. Qin Fangyang's whole body trembled. He looked at the coin in front of him as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. Tears suddenly rushed to his eyes. How confident are you in doing this? Qin Fangyang asked in a trembling voice. Confident? Not even half. Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed and said, this is just my inference based on my experience and the karma of the Meng and Ning clans. The old principal has been doing his best for the Phoenix Vein all his life. It can be said that he has exhausted his life's efforts. If the Phoenix Vein benefits the world, the old principal should enjoy it no matter what. Based on this idea, I think this idea should have a chance of success. What if it really happens? Qin Fangyang reached out and carefully took the coin from Zhuo Xiaojuo's palm. He clenched it tightly in his palm and said in a hoarse voice, Xiaojuo, thank you. Zhuo Xiaojuo smiled bitterly. Teacher Qin, I have to say one more thing. My judgment, this plan, is not a matter of success or failure. It's even a matter of whether she exists or not. If you believe it, then she exists, but if you don't, then she doesn't. Even if my wish comes true, the person who reappears in this world many years later will not be He Yuanyu or Lu Qianqian. It will be someone else. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, you said it just now. If you believe it, then she exists, but if you don't, then she doesn't. As long as I believe it, then she will be. The only thing I need to pay attention to is this person's existence. Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes flickered and said, yes, that person must exist. You have to find that person, then everything will be settled. Qin Fangyang laughed. Of course. Looking at Qin Fangyang's expression, it suddenly became clear. Zhuo Xiaojuo thought for a moment and added, Teacher Qin. You have to be careful and consider everything. Let's not talk about other things, but whether or not a new person will accept an old man like you. That's not set in stone. Teacher Qin, don't be too optimistic about this matter. Qin Fangyang said faintly, I knew you wouldn't have anything good to say in the end. I've already thought this through. I don't ask for too much, and I don't ask for anything more. I only ask for you in this world. As long as I have you in this world is enough for me to miss. Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed in his heart. Actually, even if he had a glib tongue and a myriad of reasons for doing so, how could he not know that it was all nonsense? In his previous life and in his future life, it had always been a legend, but who had really seen a ghost? When had anyone ever seen another world? The so-called reincarnation was just a saying that the people of this world lied to themselves. Even if the so-called karma was real, it would only happen in this world. How could it implicate the spirits of the dead? At least, Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't have any expectations of the effect of doing so. There was only one reason why he had to do so and go through so much trouble. Once He Yuanyu died, Qin Fengyang's heart would die with her. This teacher Qin was a true love maniac. Once he encountered a change in the future, it was hard to imagine what kind of extreme things he would do. But anyone could imagine that after He Yuanyu died, Qin Fengyang would no longer cherish his own life. Who knew when he would risk his life to take it? And Zhuo Xiaojuo was entrusted by He Yuanyu to let Qin Fengyang have more spiritual sustenance after her death. He wouldn't be disheartened and become a walking corpse. That was why he came up with this idea. As for the coin, He Yuanyu said that any coin would do. There was no need to use a real one. But the coin was a must. Qin Fengyang had personally participated in setting up this big array and saw the coin buried with his own eyes. He had personally participated in changing the feng shui and witnessed the destruction of the Ning and Meng families. They were completely wiped out. Who in this world would believe this the most? Qin Fengyang was definitely one of the people who ranked at the top. So, this coin might not be believed by other people. But for Qin Fengyang, there was no doubt about it. As for the follow-up, whether there would really be an afterlife, He Yuanyu had never thought about it. Zhuo Xiaojuo had thought about it, but he didn't have much hope. Only that coin was really taken out from Zhuo Xiaonian's jar. It was really a coin that involved the luck of the phoenix vein. Although He Yuanyu didn't have much hope, Zhuo Xiaojuo thought, what if? What if it really happened? Wouldn't that be a great thing? Even if the worst outcome was that this plan did not work on He Yuanyu and even took away a portion of the phoenix vein's providence, Zhuo Xiaojuo would still have no regrets. The old principal had spent his entire life protecting the phoenix vein. This bit of providence was something that the old principal deserved. Teacher Qin, there's another problem that needs to be solved. If you want this coin to be connected to the old principal's luck, it's not enough to just let the old principal wear it. She has to wear it willingly. This is another problem. Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned. Do you understand? This is another important reason why I came to you. The gloominess on Qin Fengyang's body had already dissipated by more than half at this time. He said with a smile, leave this matter to me. If it doesn't work, I'll reveal my identity. No matter what, you have to make her wear it. Even if she has thousands of incarnations and thousands of names, her original self cannot be changed. She is still my wife, Qin Fengyang. That will never change. How dare the wife not listen to her husband? I'll beat her up. Qin Fengyang's mood suddenly brightened. He could actually joke now. Begging for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I won't write a single chapter today. Let's see how the monthly votes increase. Chapter 291. Fuck. Don't mess around, please don't. Zhuo Xiaojuo was so shocked that he spoke without thinking. If you go and make things clear, what's the point of playing then? This is what He Yuanyu asked me to do. You just need to go and deliver it. As long as you don't say that this is really the coin of providence, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. You don't have to make it so complicated. Ancestor, please don't reveal the truth. Don't you know what kind of person the old principal is? If she knows the truth, don't expect her to be willing to wear the coin. Zhuo Xiaoduo's little face turned pale. How can I not know this? I'm just saying, just saying. Qin Fengyang laughed and patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder. His spirit was lifted at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. There was finally hope in life again. It seems that I still need to work harder to extend my life as much as possible. What if she comes back with outstanding talent and can cultivate to a higher level? Won't I be the one holding her back? Zhuo Xiaojuo looked at Qin Fengyang's hopeful eyes and bright face. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache and almost burst into tears. So he quickly said goodbye. What kind of infatuation made him so overjoyed and satisfied just by grasping such a tiny and unrealistic hope? This was such a humble request. Seeing Zhuo Xiaojuo leave, Qin Fengyang didn't stop for even a second. He rushed out like the wind and rushed to the top floor of the teaching building. He calmed his breathing and then remembered that he still needed to find a reasonable excuse. He leaned against the wall and began to think about what he should say. How could he say it so that she would wear it willingly? As he was thinking, he heard footsteps. It was Hu Ruoyun walking out. "Teacher Qin, why are you here?" Hu Ruoyun turned around and saw someone there. She couldn't help but be shocked. "Ah." Qin Fengyang's mind turned quickly and said, "I have something to discuss with the old principal." Something to discuss? Why did that sound so strange? The old principal happens to be free now. I'll help you inform her. Ever since she saw the photo, Hu Ruoyun had confirmed who Qin Fengyang was and what his relationship with the old principal was. Now, she looked at Qin Fengyang with even more pity, so much so that she didn't dare to look at him anymore. Such a pair of lovers was separated just because of an unforeseen event. They were separated for life. Even if they met again, they couldn't really reunite. Now that they could spend more time together, it would be good. After Hu Ruoyun went in to report, she walked out and said, "Teacher Qin, the old principal invites you in." Then, she hurriedly. "It's not easy. I have to hide far away and not disturb them." "Teacher Qin." He Yuanyu put down the book in her hand and forced a smile. "Why are you here?" "Sit." Qin Fengyang walked to the table and was about to say something, but the moment he opened his mouth, he had thought, he couldn't come up with a reason. Qin Fengyang's eyes widened. The more he thought, the more his mind went blank. The more he thought, the more he couldn't remember. He scratched his head and muttered in frustration, "What? What am I here for? This?" He Yuanyu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Teacher Qin, don't be nervous. Take your time. I'm free today." Qin Fengyang scratched his head anxiously, but he still couldn't think of anything. After struggling for a while, he simply pushed his right hand forward and said, "That. This is for you." "A coin?" He Yuanyu frowned. "What is this?" "This is." Qin Fengyang racked his brains. "It's said that there's an expert's magic power on it." Cough, cough. "Anyway, it's especially good for one's soul after wearing it." "Oh." He Yuanyu picked up the coin and looked at it. "It does seem to have the power of providence on it." Qin Fengyang perked up when he heard that. He said with a smile, "It must be useful." He dug in his pocket and said, "I prepared a thin rope. Shall I tie it to you?" "Tie it? Rope?" He Yuanyu really couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did all men talk like this? It had been so many years, and he still hadn't improved at all. This stupid. It was simply outrageous. Did you think it was tying a dog? Tying it? Tying what? He Yuanyu said angrily, "Give it to me. I'll tie it. Tie it." Qin Fengyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Then tie it properly. Don't let it fall." He Yuanyu felt that if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't move, and if it weren't for the fact that she had lost all her cultivation, she would probably stand up and beat him up until his nose was bruised and his face swollen. He Yuanyu took the thin rope and skillfully made a buckle. Then, she slowly put the coin through the hole that Qin Fengyang had just made. Then, she skillfully pulled it twice. Just like that, a pendant was formed. At the bottom, she even went down and tangled with it for a while, making a simple but beautiful tassel. Qin Fengyang watched in amazement. "My 5 directions sword can go out and slash people, but if you make me do such a small thing, I reckon the coin will really melt." He Yuanyu held the coin in her hand and looked at it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." Qin Fengyang said, You're not going to wear it?" He Yuanyu smiled and said, "All right, I'll wear it now. After all, this is Teacher Qin's kind intentions." As she said that, under Qin Fengyang's nervous gaze, she hung the simple pendant around her skinny neck. She lowered the coin and it just happened to be close to her heart. An inexplicable feeling. Her heart finally calmed down. In this life, I can finally wear the necklace he gave me. Go. I'll add such a longing for you and let you search for 20 to 30 years. When that time comes, there will be no more traces of me in this world, but you should be able to let it go, right? Or find someone who looks similar to me. That will also give you some comfort in your heart. Fang Yang. Take care of yourself for the rest of your life. We won't meet again. Qin Fengyang's heart finally calmed down. He had passed the most difficult hurdle. The future was bright and full of hope. Teacher Qin. Is there anything else? He Yuanyu asked him to leave. Oh, nothing. I'll leave now. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, "It's okay, it's okay." He hurriedly left and couldn't help but smile. In the room, He Yuanyu gently stroked the coin and a smile appeared on her face. She was like a withered tree that was rejuvenated. Qin Fangyang, who was full of vitality, stood in front of the gravity room like a door god. Then, Wen Lishio, who was the first to walk out of the gravity room, was mercilessly scolded by Qin Fangyang. "Why are you so slow? It's only been a few times. What have you been doing these past few days? Did you get high on your birthday or did you become stupid?" After that, Long Yusheng, Li Chenglong, and Li Changming were also mercilessly scolded by Qin Fangyang. As for Zhuo Xiaojuo, who had broken through to the innate realm, not only did he have to endure Qin Fangyang's scolding, he also had to endure a beating that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Apart from being beaten up, he was also kicked 100 times like a shuttlecock. Zhuo Xiaojuo was rolling in the air like a shuttlecock. His face was filled with confusion. Damn. What's going on? This old man. Why is he beating me up as if he's on steroids? Did he not give the coin away? Is he taking revenge on me? Finally, all 100 shuttlecocks were kicked. Zhuo Xiaojuo covered his butt and looked at Qin Fangyang in confusion. "Teacher Qin. Why? Didn't you send them out? You didn't take it. Keep it. Wear it." Qin Fangyang's face was full of smiles and he was in high spirits. While he was laughing, he kicked Zhuo Xiaojuo and said, "You talk too much." Then, he kicked another 100 shuttlecocks high in the air. Zhuo Xiaojuo was speechless to the extreme. "I'm really fucking. Enough. I finally understand. You beat me up whenever you're happy. Beating me up is the best way to express your inner joy. I'm really asking for trouble. I shouldn't have let you be happy." Wan Li Xiu and the others lined up in a row and counted, 75. 79. 86. "Teacher Qin, you can do it. Work hard. Work hard. Work hard." Looking at Boss were being kicked in the air, it felt so good, and even more satisfying. After another 100 shuttlecocks were kicked, Qin Fangyang laughed and said, "I've accumulated enough power. I'm going to shoot." The 5 of them rushed out like a swarm of bees. I'll be the goalkeeper. Coming. Qin Fangyang struck a pose and unleashed a beautiful crescent moon blade. Zhuo Xiaoduo's plump body drew an elegant trajectory in the air like an antelope's horn, untraceable. In short, it was filled with the charm of the Tao as it flew out. 500 feet away, with a puff, Zhuo Xiaoduo's football accurately landed in an empty trash can. The trash can lid flipped over with a soft sound and covered the mouth of the trash can. Encore. Wan Li Xiu and the others applauded wildly. "Beautiful. Another one." Qin Fangyang flung his sleeves and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? School's over, all of you get lost. Don't forget to work hard at night. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind." Zhuo Xiaojuo climbed out of the trash can in a daze and saw the 5 figures that were about to disappear. Long Yusheng and the others didn't dare to wait for Zhuo Xiaoduo's revenge. Naturally, they scattered and ran as fast as they could. "Teacher Qin." Zhuo Xiaojuo stood alone in front of the trash can. He howled to the sky and said in a low voice, "When my cultivation surpasses yours." Qin Fengyang's body flashed and appeared in front of him. "What did you just say?" Zhuo Xiaojuo said with a serious face. "I was saying, thank you for your extra care, Teacher Qin. You've cultivated my ability to resist attacks in all aspects and laid a solid foundation for my future in the martial arts world. When my cultivation surpasses yours, I'll definitely repay you well." Chapter 292. I knew you wouldn't say anything nice. Teacher Qin, you should rest early too. Don't tire yourself out. You've done so much for me. You've worked so hard and exhausted your mind. My heart aches. Are you going to scram or do you want to play another round of flying high? I'll scram now. Goodbye, Teacher Qin. Good night, Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin is mighty. Zhuo Xiaojuo left like a wisp of smoke. That bastard. A smile appeared on Qin Fengyang's face. I love it when people flatter me, but I can't let him know about this. Zhuo Xiaojuo ran to the school gate like a wisp of smoke, but he only returned home after seeing a few people. Now that he had to pay the fine every night, Zhuo Xiaojuo's heart was very uneasy. It was better to prepare more money. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. The last fortune teller he saw was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. He looked very weak. From the perspective of a profound cultivator, this person didn't have any cultivation aptitude. There was no room for debate about this. But in Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes, he saw something else on this person. It was an unimaginably dense power of providence. His entire body was covered by a layer of blood-red light. Zhuo Xiaojuo was surprised by what he saw. He couldn't cultivate, but he had a blood-red light shield. What was this? While thinking, Zhuo Xiaojuo couldn't help but use his providence points. He focused his power on his eyes and looked again. The moment he saw it, a ball of information that turned from blurry to clear instantly appeared in Zhuo Xiaojuo's mind. After eliminating the messy information, Zhuo Xiaojuo refined the information. Ji Wei Iran, born unable to cultivate, was the #1 researcher in single-target lethal weapons. Zhuo Xiaojuo couldn't help but be shocked when he sorted out this person's information. His providence points could only be used by martial artists for 3 months, but it could be used by ordinary people. It was a wonder. However, this fellow was a rather unique existence. "What do you want to see?" Zhuo Xiaojuo asked. The young man was a little nervous and said, "Master, my name is Ji Wei Iran. I'm an ordinary person with no talent for cultivation, but my grades are not bad. Right now, I am faced with the choice of entering a higher school. One is the School of Biochemistry, and the other is Qingju University. But I can't make up my mind on which choice to make, so." Ji Wei Iran took out a stack of cash from his pocket and said, "Master, please enlighten me." Zhuo Xiaojuo nodded and casually wrote a few words, saying, "Fate brought us together. I'll take a look at it when I get home. Fate will never end. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." Ji Wei Iran took the note and bowed solemnly before turning to leave. Only when he reached home did he open the note. What did Master Zhuo say? Ji Wei Iran's parents were obviously eager to know what Zhuo Xiaojuo's guidance was. It says, "Martial arts research." Ji Wei Iran was confused. Martial arts research? Martial arts research is my third choice. Why is it martial arts research? Looking at it carefully, there was a small line of words below the judgment on the note: "A man should walk on the rampage and have 1,000 feet of love in his heart. Even if he can't kill a strong enemy, he can still use a surprise weapon." Ji Wei Iran suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. It was as if the thing that he had been racking his brains over, the thing that had always been vague and blurry, had suddenly become clear. It was a subtle feeling as if the clouds had been parted to reveal the blue sky. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Not bad, not bad." What I hate most in my life is that I don't have the talent for cultivation and can't kill on the battlefield. But I can research weapons for the warriors in front of me. Weapons. As long as I can develop weapons that are sharp enough, isn't it the same as killing the enemy? That's what I want to do the most. As for the others, they can only go out to work after school. What's the use of becoming a CEO? Ji Weiran's eyes lit up. Master Zhuo is indeed Master Zhuo. He can see through the fog in my heart with one look. I've decided. I'm going to the School of Martial Arts. His father was shocked. Rana, you have to think carefully. Dad, there's no need to think about it anymore. This is the unemployment that I've been pursuing all my life. Even if I can only develop one weapon in my life, or help others develop one weapon, it'll be enough to satisfy my whole life. This is the embodiment of my life's value. Zhuo Xiaojuo went home all the way. Why are you back so early today? Zhuo Changlu was a little puzzled. Hee. I'm tired. Zhuo Xiaojuo chuckled. He wouldn't say that he rushed back because his parents were about to go on a trip and he couldn't bear to part with them. Zhuo Xiaonian also came back early while they were talking. During dinner, she couldn't stop laughing and said, "What kind of drug did you give Jiyu Luoyang? She's going crazy. She keeps pestering me to ask when you're free." Zhuo Xiaojuo snorted. "She said she would call you in the afternoon, but you didn't pick up." Zhuo Xiaonian was really happy about this. She was overjoyed when she thought of the gloomy look on Jiyu Luoyan's face when she came looking for her. "Why should I pick up?" Zhuo Xiaojuo snorted and said, "All she wants is a song. I have so many things to do that I'm so busy that I'm about to hit the back of my head with my heels, but she only cares about her song. If I continue to indulge her temper, then I'll be damned. So what if she's a big star?" Zhuo Xiaonian was even more excited. "I explained a lot for you. I said you must be cultivating and have no time to contact her." "Of course I'm cultivating." Zhuo Xiaojuo rolled his eyes and said, "I think this girl has taken a liking to me because of my talent. Why else would she be so enthusiastic? What should I do if she insists on pursuing me? It's so frustrating." Zhuo Xiaojuo put on a distressed expression and turned his head to complain, "Dad, Mom, look at you. Why did you give birth to me so handsome and so talented? I have so much to worry about." Phut. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Xiaonian turned their heads at the same time. One on the left and the other on the right. They sprayed vegetable soup on both sides of Zhuo Xiaojuo. Zhuo Xiaojuo was speechless. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Xiaonian were very confident in Zhuo Xiaojuo, but when it came to the matter of Jiyu Luoyang likes me, they didn't think about it at all. The difference between the two was too big. It was absolutely impossible. Even Zhuo Xiaonian, who thought highly of Zhuo Xiaojuo, was sure that Zhuo Xiaojuo was deliberately making fun of her. That was all. At night, they cultivated as usual. Zhuo Xiaojuo paid a fine of 500,000 yuan this time. It seemed that he had made progress compared to yesterday. He went back in the wee hours of the morning. There are 4 more days before Nyan Cat's breakthrough. Time was running out. Another day passed. As usual, Zhuo Xiaojuo reviewed everything in his mind. Zhuo Xiaojuo reviewed this kind of thing several times a day. It wasn't a rare thing. He was very familiar with it. But now, with the unexpected addition of Fang Yinuo and Jiyu Luoyan's help, Zhuo Xiaojuo was very pleased. He felt that his confidence had increased by almost 20%. According to the original plan, Zhuo Xiaojuo estimated that he should have a 50% chance of success. He might even have to push it down a little. After all, the UMNO alliance had been plotting against the Phoenix Vein for decades. They must have a lot of trump cards. But now, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt that he had a 65% chance of success. Finally, Nyan Cat's breakthrough has become the focus of the city. In that case, what should I do to further increase the number on the original basis? Zhuo Xiaojuo racked his brains. The Meng family and the Ning family have been wiped out. The UMNO alliance didn't intervene. Why didn't they? Zhuo Xiaojuo answered his own question in his mind, These two families were also plotting against the Phoenix Vein. For the UMNO alliance, they were competitors. They were not to be ignored. After all, they were local bullies. They had their own methods. Now that they were suddenly wiped out, the UMNO alliance was happy to see it happen. Naturally, they didn't care about their lives. But Meng Chen Tian's plan, why did he just propose a plan and withdraw after a few failed attempts? The Meng family's death list does not have Meng Chen Tian's name on it. Even Meng Chen Yu, a person with the destiny of a phoenix, could not slow down the invasion of the curse. How could Meng Chen Tian be spared? The only explanation is, Meng Chen Tian is not a member of the Meng family. Then, Meng Chen Tian is actually a man arranged by other forces in the Meng family, or he is a member of the UMNO alliance. Zhuo Xiaojuo lay on the bed with his hands under his head. He thought carefully, if Meng Chen Tian is a member of the UMNO alliance, his main purpose is naturally to help the UMNO alliance smoothly take down the Phoenix Vein. And the Meng family is actually a backup. This can explain everything. If the UMNO alliance succeeds, Meng Chen Tian will be happy to see it happen. If it doesn't, he can use the opportunity of the vital yin soul transfer technique to transfer the power of the Phoenix Vein to Meng Chen Yu. As long as Meng Chen Yu becomes his woman, he will still be the biggest beneficiary of the Phoenix Vein. Even from a personal point of view, the latter is the biggest beneficiary. But Meng Chen Tian obviously treated this plan as a record. Why? If Meng Chen Tian is a member of the UMNO alliance. For the sake of the UMNO alliance, he would rather give up his own benefits. This can be explained. But, is he that kind of person? Fang Yinuo clearly said that the UMNO alliance forces are not united. They are all calculative for their own benefits. There are very few people who are so selfless, right? Zhuo Xiaojuo frowned. He had already sorted out two possibilities in his mind. First, Meng Chen Tian is a member of the UMNO alliance. Second, Meng Chen Tian is not a member of the UMNO alliance. But the second possibility was obviously untenable. So, only the first possibility was left. The same two possibilities. First, Meng Chen Tian is a selfless person in the UMNO alliance. Second, Meng Chen Tian is a selfish person. But the second possibility was untenable. If this is the case, then Meng Chen Tian is quite difficult to deal with. Chapter 293. Since I accidentally exposed the Wizard Alliance's plan in the second high school, the Wizard Alliance has made many moves, but he has never participated in any of them. He has never shown up. Can we infer that Meng Chen Tian is a person with a high position and a strong background who rarely comes out? Is it possible that he is the emissary in charge of the whole operation that Fang Yinuo mentioned? Emissary? Zhuo Xiaojuo made a judgment in his heart. The possibility of Meng Chen Tian being the emissary is no less than 65%. The next morning, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting woke up before dawn. Wu Yuting made breakfast and put it in the pot. Then, the two of them pulled their suitcases and sneaked out of the house like thieves. Just after they left, the two doors opened at the same time. Zhuo Xiaonian popped her head out. Gone. Zhuo Xiaojuo popped his head out. Gone. Hee. Hee. Freedom. Roar. 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 In the taxi, Wu Yuting was a little sad. Sigh, Xiao Nianji and Xiao Juo must be a little sad. I feel a little uncomfortable. They will be disappointed, right? Zhuo Changlu said, you have to get used to it. Both husband and wife sighed silently, feeling melancholy. They were sure that their son and daughter would feel the same way. The most difficult thing in life was separation. Zhuo Xiaojuo ate breakfast in a good mood. Then, he fought with Zhuo Xiaonian in the living room. They punched and kicked fiercely. They rolled around on the sofa. It was only when Zhuo Zhonglu's vase was broken by Zhuo Xiaoduo's kick that they finally stopped. You did it. Zhuo Xiaonian pouted. Of course. Zhuo Xiaojuo was very brave. He patted his chest and took the blame. After arriving at school early, Zhuo Xiaojuo immediately went to look for Qin Fangyang and asked him to investigate Meng Chentian's whereabouts. For this kind of major event, Qin Fangyang naturally did not dare to have the slightest neglect and immediately went to find Star Shield Han Song. Han Song then went to find Jiang Zhongbin. Jiang Zhongbin was more happy and arranged it for the first time. However, Meng Chentian had been missing for several days. The investigation continued until the afternoon. Finally, in an abandoned house, they found a rotten corpse covered in black spots. The clothes, shoes, accessories, and even the mobile phone. Everything matched Meng Chentian's personal characteristics. In addition, many corpses were dug out from this courtyard. They were the dozens of Qi-gazing warriors who had come to Phoenix City. All of them had died here. Meng Chentian is dead. Jiang Zhongbin didn't believe this at all. Even without Qin Fangyang's warning, with Jiang Zhongbin's understanding of Meng Chentian, how could he die so easily? Investigate again. Let the forensic doctor take the deceased's DNA and confirm his identity. If this corpse is not Meng Chentian, then Meng Chentian must be an important person in the UMNO alliance. Hurry. At night, the test results came out. The deceased was not Meng Chentian. The entire city. No. The entire Central Plains is looking for Meng Chentian. Jiang Zhongbin suddenly exploded. In the morning, Qin Fangyang asked Han Song to deliver this news, which made Jiang Zhongbin feel like his head was about to explode. They had just gotten rid of a Star Master, and now an emissary, and the kind that had been lurking for many years. This was simply a situation that could make one collapse. Is the UMNO alliance finished? The UMNO alliance must be doing this for the Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing. The UMNO alliance's plan for the Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing is so far-reaching. They must be determined to succeed. The consequences can be imagined. We can't let the UMNO alliance succeed. I request to increase the protection of the spiritual thought goddess when she breaks through. Jiang Zhongbin immediately reported to his superiors. The Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing was something that was not noticed in the beginning. It was completely ignored and even completely denied. Finally, it had developed to the point where it was widely known. Now, almost all the higher-ups in Phoenix City knew about it. The Starshield General Administration had even received an order: the Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing must not fail. This was a huge reversal of the situation. That night, the sky above Phoenix City was suddenly filled with howling winds that seemed to never end. If there was a brilliant Qi observer standing in the sky, he would definitely be able to see that the power of providence in the sky around Phoenix City had formed the image of a phoenix feather. Countless phoenix feathers were slowly moving up and down with the wind, as if a phoenix was habitually flapping its wings before taking off. And it was also from that night that Phoenix City's governor, W.N. Pingyuan, issued a general mobilization order for Phoenix City. All the city guards of Phoenix City were to cancel their leave and enter a state of first-level combat readiness. The Starshield General Administration issued an order: everyone is to cancel their leave and be on alert 24 hours a day. The major departments also issued emergency orders one after another. The governor's office issued an order: for the next week, Phoenix City residents are not allowed to leave the house unless there is an important matter. Every household was urged to prepare for their daily necessities and minimize the number of times they leave the house. The wind was howling. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. That day, it was clearly midsummer, but a chilly northern wind was blowing. It reached a force 7 wind and blew for an entire day and night. And from the early morning of the second day, the northern wind did not decrease but increased instead. It increased to force 8 in one go. The temperature dropped sharply from yesterday's short sleeves to the point where it was still hot. It dropped to the point where it was cold even in autumn clothes. Phoenix City's Internet Surveillance Bureau worked overtime 24 hours a day. No one was allowed to take a break. If they were tired, they could only take turns to rest in the office. On the internet, as long as there was a post about the Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing, it would be deleted immediately without any reason. Zhuo Xiaoyan, Spiritual Sense, Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing, Phoenix. This series of words had all become taboo word. The headquarters of all the major websites had also received orders to ban and block them. Once any topic was circulated, the website that appeared would be held responsible. From top to bottom, come in and drink tea and chat. Countless well-known hackers in the country were all staring at their computers and waiting. In the afternoon, Hu Ruoyun entered He Yuenue's office. Old principal. What's up? Two things. First, the entire Phoenix City has been mobilized. All the experts are on standby, quietly waiting for the Phoenix Vein Soul Cleansing to protect it. He Yuanyu smiled with relief. Good, good, this is really good. This was what she had been thinking about for decades. Now, seeing the situation turn around, she was really overjoyed. There was a happy smile on her face. Second, the Central Plains Martial Artist Examination is scheduled to be held a month later, on the 18th of August. South G City has drawn lots for the right to hold it. Each school will report their results. Each martial arts school will select 6 seeds to participate in the seed finals. The finals of the Central Plains Martial Arts School Longhu list. Yes, let Suo Xiaojuo and the other 5 go. He Yuan Yu decided on the candidates almost without any hesitation. She said with some melancholy, I won't be able to see that day. I really hope to see Second High win first place. Hu Ruoyun almost burst into tears. She choked and said, you will definitely see it. Second High will definitely become the champion of the Central Plains this time. He Yuan Yu smiled and shook her head. When the time comes, let the little guys burn incense for me. Old principal. This is also one of my lifelong wishes. Remember, when someone from Second High is really famous in the world, don't forget to let me know. I will be very happy, very happy. One day, 23 hours, and 47 minutes to Nian Mao's breakthrough. Zhuo Xiaojuo muttered in his heart. He looked at Zhuo Xiaonian, who was still practicing with him in the strong wind. Her beautiful hair danced violently in the strong wind, as if she was going to fly into the sky. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting had already left for a vacation. However, Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian knew in their hearts. Their parents had left Phoenix City at this moment, but they definitely wouldn't go far. As the momentum of the Phoenix Vein Soul striking became greater and greater, and as Zhuo Xiaonian's identity was further exposed, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting's existence became full of danger, because they really didn't have any ability to protect themselves now. Just as they said, if they stayed in Phoenix City, they would only be a burden to their son and daughter. However, they definitely wouldn't be at ease. At this moment, they must be hiding somewhere, silently watching this place. Zhuo Xiaoduo's phone suddenly vibrated. Fang Yinuo had sent a question mark. Zhuo Xiaojuo could finally smile in peace. Then, he replied, Good morning. A message was also sent over. It was a complete plan of action. Regarding this situation, all the people sent by the UMNO Alliance, who would be responsible for which direction, how many people would be in each direction, who would be fainting, who would cooperate, who would be the main attacker, who would be the killer. They were all extremely detailed. Fang Yinuo had always been cautious. This plan was so detailed that even the emissary who came up with this plan wouldn't be able to come up with such a detailed plan. Everything was presented to Zhuo Xiaojuo without leaving out a single detail. At the bottom of the message, there was a note, tentative plan. It may need to be confirmed again. After confirming, if there were no changes, they wouldn't send any more messages. If there were any changes, they would contact again. However, this last note made Zhuo Xiaojuo ponder. The message said, the current strength displayed by the UMNO Alliance is not enough to control the situation. I suspect that the emissaries have other arrangements. This is the habit of the emissaries. They would never completely reveal their final trump card in front of others, and they would never arrange a situation where there is no way out, especially against themselves. Therefore, we have to leave some people behind to guard against certain unforeseen events that would not happen under normal circumstances. Or, we have to guard against situations where the first move is a killer move. This message made Zhuo Xiaoduo's face turn ugly. However, this was still within Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectations. If I were the emissary, I wouldn't have made all my arrangements so clear and exposed them in front of others. I would definitely have left behind a trump card and a way out. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to guarantee my own safety. How could I be at ease? But what exactly was the emissary's trump card? Chapter 294. Now, everything was unknown. They could only wait for more information from Fang Yinuo. What news? Zhuo Xiaonian poked his head over. It's the minutes of the Alliance's meeting. They're discussing how to kill you. Zhuo Xiaoduo made a funny face and handed the phone over. Listen to your nonsense. Zhuo Xiaonian took the phone and looked at it. Her eyes widened. Is it real? Isn't this plan too detailed? It doesn't look fake. It's definitely not fake. It's the real Alliance's plan to kill you, Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a smile. His face was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. How did you get this information? How did you do it? Zhuo Xiaonian's shock had reached an indescribable level. Her brother had actually gotten hold of the minutes of the Alliance's meeting. This was too awesome. Zhuo Xiaonian was really stunned. It was as if water had entered her brain and she couldn't think straight anymore. Because this was absolutely impossible in the eyes of a normal person. These are just some small tricks that slightly increase our chances of winning. Lin Yun thought. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said in an extremely pretentious tone, "Why are you so surprised? This is just a basic operation." He shrugged and smiled. It's just. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes subconsciously, but she couldn't help but ask again, is this really true? Of course it's true. It's absolutely true. I've arranged a spy in the Alliance. The last bit of uneasiness in Zhuo Xiaonian's heart disappeared without a trace. If Zhuo Xiaoduo could even handle this, then what danger could there be in her breakthrough? It was simply too unexpected. Damn, you're too awesome. Zhuo Xiaonian praised from the bottom of her heart. Actually, according to my original plan, once we've determined their location, we'll gather our high-end combat power and launch a surprise attack. We'll eliminate all of the Alliance's spies during the meeting. This is the best way to ensure your breakthrough. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, but father said. Phoenix Pulse Soul, Phoenix Nirvana, must be a crisis that the person with the fate of the Phoenix must face. They must rely on themselves to break out of the encirclement to be considered a success. If everything goes smoothly, then at some point in the future, the sudden backlash of fate will become stronger and more dangerous. This is probably the so-called overdraft of fortune. If external forces intervene and support too much, it will only cause the opposite effect. Dragons and phoenixes are the same. They become stronger when they meet strong opponents. They're powerful legends that fight in bloody battles. If you blindly break through peacefully, the success of dragons and phoenixes will be relatively limited. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao has its basis. The number of tribulations an individual has to endure has always been fixed. I've used various methods to reduce the number of tribulations. However, if I really eliminate all the tribulations, it will only lead to greater and more unpredictable tribulations. Even if it doesn't happen now, it will happen in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, therefore, there will still be dangers in the process of breaking through. But you don't have to worry about this at all. Just focus on breaking through. Okay. Zhuo Xiaonian agreed softly. She was actually a rare little girl. Then, this plan. You don't have to worry about it. Just pretend that you didn't see it. When school starts tomorrow morning, I'll go directly to Teacher Qin. There's still time. Our biggest advantage now is that we can determine the approximate time of the other party's movements. Only when you start breaking through will the other party move. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, so now we don't need to act rashly. No matter if we cultivate, sleep, or eat, I believe there are already many eyes watching us in the dark. Once we make a move, I'm afraid that the other party's plan will change according to us. Now that we know the other party's possible movements, then, we should try our best to stabilize them. Let them follow the plan that we've discussed now. This is our biggest advantage. Based on this reason, our rhythm of life can't be messed up at all. Just go on as usual. Okay, I understand. But this matter, you must never, ever, ever tell your master. Zhuo Xiaojuo warned solemnly. Master Mu is still covered by the white tiger aura. She's a weak point in our battle formation. I still can't determine the source of her calamity. I can only let it be for the time being. Fortunately, her aura doesn't seem to be fatal now. I've already reminded Master many times. Zhuo Xiaoyan said in distress. There's no point in reminding Yunyun now. Zhuo Xiaojuo said in a deep voice, everything will be settled by tomorrow night. The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger. Especially after midnight, the wind force increased by another level, reaching level 9, and this level of wind force was already the highest limit that many houses could withstand. Countless houses built in the suburbs, some of which were not sturdy enough, were already showing signs of swaying. Many things that were placed outside were all swept up by the strong wind. They flew in circles above Phoenix City and then fell to God knows where. At this moment, the temperature had officially dropped to below zero. It was the right temperature to wear a cotton-padded coat. The north wind was even crazier than before, as if it wanted to completely blow away the little bit of heat in the world. Zhuo Xiaojuo went to the roof of his house. After taking a look for a moment, he immediately came down. The phoenix's feet were completely unsheathed. It was roaming freely, its wings leisurely flapping. It was as if it was strolling and looking at the place that gave birth to it. As for the crazy north wind between heaven and earth, the phoenix didn't seem to feel it at all. On the same night, Fang Yinuo was in a terrible fix. The reason was none other than Mo Xuanyi's disappearance. It had been several days since she could get in touch with him. At this critical moment, she didn't have the time nor the means to search for him. She could only remove Mo Xuanyi's position from the plan and replace it with Pan Yusheng. Fang Yinuo kept sighing. But in her heart, she was muttering, this girl couldn't have been killed by someone, right? Or perhaps she was guided by Master Zhuo to find her parents. If this girl's disappearance was caused by Master Zhuo, or it was part of his plan, then, wouldn't that mean that Master Zhuo was even more terrifying? Maybe this girl's disappearance was also a good thing. At least she would have another scapegoat after the matter, or, one more witness was also a good thing. Beside her, Yun Juying asked excitedly, Martial Uncle, when are we taking action? He looked as if he was going to contribute to the Wizard Alliance and make contributions. Fang Yinuo said kindly, Ju Ying, it's delicious and delicious. This time, it's very dangerous. You have to be mentally prepared to die. It's really not optimistic. Yun Juying said heroically, Martial Uncle, I'm willing to sacrifice everything for the Wu people. Even if I die, I won't regret it. Fang Yinuo nodded deeply. Yes, don't regret it. Life and death are normal in a battle. If there's an accident, don't blame the heavens and others. Don't hold a grudge. Martial Uncle, Ju Ying has no regrets. That's good, that's good. The next morning, Zhuo Xiaojuo went to school as usual. As usual, he went to see fortune tellers and earned money. Everything was the same as usual. It was a pity that in such a cold and windy atmosphere, there weren't many people who came to see fortune tellers, let alone queuing up. Therefore, Master Zhuo's harvest today was unusually meager. It was unprecedented. Then, Zhuo Xiaojuo found Qin Fangyang and gave him the plan. He especially pointed out, only you and Jiang Zhongbin know about this plan. Don't let anyone else know about it. Jiang Zhongbin will be in charge of the overall planning. The others only need to follow orders. Don't let anyone else know about this except for the two of you. Qin Fangyang was a little confused. Even the people involved in the operation can't know? No. Zhuo Xiaojuo said firmly. There was no room for doubt. Okay, I understand. Also, this plan is only the UMNO Alliance's plan on the surface. There must be other arrangements in the dark. So, save your strength. Understood. I don't need you to remind me. We've been fighting the UMNO Alliance for so long. Their little tricks are not worth mentioning. Keep it a secret. Nonsense. Qin Fangyang knew that there must be another reason. Zhuo Xiaojuo reminded him again and again to keep it a secret. He didn't say anything else and went to find Jiang Zhongbin. Seeing Qin Fangyang leave, Zhuo Xiaojuo went to the top floor of the teaching building to see He Yuanyu. The moment he saw He Yuanyu with his own eyes, Zhuo Xiaojuo's heart skipped a beat. Today, He Yuanyue's face was rosy and full of energy. Even her eyes had a glow that was not usually there. Even her back was straighter. She didn't look like an old woman who could die at any time. Her overflowing vitality was like that of an ordinary man in his prime. However, Zhuo Xiaojuo's heart was suddenly filled with extreme sadness. This was not just the normal last radiance of the setting sun, but He Yuanyu must have taken a large amount of secret medicine. Her remaining life, soul, primordial spirit, and foundation were all stimulated. She had been waiting for this day for too long. She just wanted to spend this last day with a radiant face. I only need one more day for the rest of my life. Grandma He. Zhuo Xiaojuo went up to her. Xiaojuo. He Yuanyu smiled and asked kindly, "How's your sister?" "Everything has been prepared. Grandma He, don't worry. Everything is perfect. However, my sister can't come. She has to wait at home. She has to wait for the last day to pass. Any action she takes now may cause the UMNO Alliance to change their plans. So, she asked me to apologize to you and come to see you as soon as she broke through." Good. 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 That's the way it should be. You've considered everything. He Yuanyu praised 3 times and said, "It's okay if Nyana doesn't come. Xiaojuo, you can come on her behalf." She sighed and said softly, "Juo, kneel down and kowtow to Grandma He." Chapter 295. Hu Ruoyun, who was behind her, burst into tears. Kowtowing a few times could be said to be the most obvious and undisguised farewell. Zhuo Xiaojuo took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. He respectfully kowtowed 9 times. "Grandma He, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done." Kowtow 9 more times. These 9 are spiritual. Zhuo Xiaojuo kowtowed 9 more times. He Yuanyu smiled kindly and said, "Good child, get up. I have a few words that you have to remember. Please speak, Grandma He." "Xiaojuo will never forget." He Yuanyu said leisurely, "You have to remember that in this life, don't let each other down. Don't promise love lightly, don't throw away righteousness lightly, don't bleed lightly, don't cry lightly. Yes. You have to know that dragons and phoenixes can bring prosperity. Yes. And." He Yuanyu pondered for a long time and said, "Your future." Zhuo Xiaojuo widened his eyes and pricked up his ears. "Remember, the Dragon Bloodline Academy is where you go. Don't step foot in Shangjing directly. You have to accumulate in the Central Plains and then go to Shangjing. After perfecting the Carnate stage, where did you plan to further your studies?" Zhuo Xiaojuo thought for a moment and said, "Previously, my sister once said that Fenghai's Hidden Dragon High School is good. Moreover, there are many talents there, and there are many resources there. There are also training grounds. I want to go there." Fenghai's Hidden Dragon High School. He Yuanyu said slowly, "Very good. It's the same as what I thought before. Fenghai is said to be the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. Then, there must be a dragon bloodline. But you have to remember, wherever the dragon bloodline is, it will be the focus of the struggle." He Yuanyue's voice was very heavy. Wherever the dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline are, there will definitely be UMNO Alliance lurking. There will also be people with the fate of the dragon gathered. It has always been a place where tigers are crouching and dragons are coiling. There are many opportunities in such places, but there are also many risks accompanying them. When dragons gather, there will definitely be karmic luck devouring each other. You have to be extra careful in everything you do. You must never be completely honest with others. Zhuo Xiaojuo nodded vigorously. I'll remember that. The battle between the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls is ultimately a battle of luck. And around the Sun-Moon Pass was the largest meridian in the entire continent. That's why wars are the most frequent there. However, it's impossible to guard against other places. The infiltration of the Umno Alliance is inevitable. He Yuan Yu said softly, when competing for Providence, the Qi Meridians, the Dragon Meridians, and the Phoenix Meridians are all places that must be fought for. As long as there was competition, he would immediately kill. My words are very heartless, but you look vicious on the surface, but your heart is pure and kind. I have to mention it. If you don't kill the snake, you will be bitten. Remember. I'll remember it. After the Hidden Dragon Descendant, you must go to the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, which is the land of clouds in your hearts, to further your studies. He Yuan Yu reminded, Xiao Juo, this is extremely important to your life providence. I'll remember it. You can get first place in any high school. Don't forget, Phoenix City's second high school. Don't forget to tell me. He Yuan Yu said softly, this is Grandma He's obsession, and also her greatest dream. I won't let Grandma He down. Well, if you remember, then go. He Yuan Yu said slowly, today is destined to be a good day. Seeing Zhuo Xiaojuo leave, He Yuan Yu closed her eyes with a gentle and peaceful expression. This is my second high school's child. I really want to see those children. Ruoyun. At this moment, the sound of the wind in the sky increased again, and it had reached the 10th level. Moreover, the wind seemed to be continuing to increase in strength, and it continued to increase in strength. At this moment, the wind was like a ghost's howl, raging in the endless sky. Countless trees in the nearby forest were cut in half by this unparalleled wind. In the sky, heaven and earth lost their color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and everything was chaotic. In the starry sky, a meteor shower was far more frequent than usual, and it poured down like a torrential rain toward Phoenix City. If one were to stand high up in the sky and use the aura observation technique to observe, one would see a huge snow-white phoenix on this vast land. Her graceful figure walked to the east, then to the west. She was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, pure and innocent, as if she was curious about everything. It wandered freely, and it was free. At this moment, the temperature was getting lower and lower, and it had dropped to -8 or 9 degrees Celsius. The wind was bone-chilling, and it made people shudder. Fang Yinuo still didn't send any news. Zhuo Xiaojuo waited until 7 o'clock in the evening, but there was still no news from Fang Yinuo. This meant that everything was going according to the plan that was sent out before. 8 o'clock in the evening. The Zhuo family. Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian sat opposite each other. I should go now, Zhuo Xiaonian said. Wait for a while, Zhuo Xiaojuo said. Then he took out his phone, and apparently, he wanted to ask Jiyu Luoyang for one last confirmation. Don't rush her. Someone beside him said, we're here. A voice suddenly sounded in the living room of the Zhuo family. Then, two figures slowly appeared out of thin air. They were two women. They both looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo with cold eyes. The two immortal shadows beside Jiyu Luoyang suddenly appeared. Zhuo Xiaojuo stood up and bowed deeply. I'm counting on you for today's game. The two immortal shadows nodded slowly, and then their bodies disappeared from sight again. Go. You can go now. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo with tenderness in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed Zhuo Xiaojuo gently on the cheek, ignoring the two immortal shadows beside her. Xiaojuo, wait for me. I'll be back soon. Okay. Zhuo Xiaojuo felt a gentle chill on his cheek, and an unprecedented tenderness surged in his heart. He couldn't help but giggle and said, You kissed the wrong place. It should be here. Then, he pouted his lips. Damn you. Zhuo Xiaonian shouted angrily, and then she chuckled and said, let's go. Her graceful body floated in the air, and she quietly turned and flew out of the window. In the wild wind, her clothes fluttered. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with her beautiful eyes and said word by word with great certainty, I'll be back. Wait for me. She turned her body and soared into the sky. Like a fairy from the ninth heaven, she slowly flew into the distance. At the moment when she got up, Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Han Song, and more than a dozen other masters all jumped up and rushed into the night with the howling wind. From afar, they separated into two groups and escorted Zhuo Xiaonian to the Star Marshal Soul Crystal. At the same time, a piece of crystal appeared in the sky. In the fierce wind, large snowflakes floated down in a way that was beyond everyone's expectations. As the dense snowflakes fell, the howling wind gradually subsided, and in less than half an hour, it completely stopped. The goose feather-like snow fell from the sky like a complete snowball. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was covered with a layer of white. July 15th. The cold wind was bone-chilling. In the hot summer, snow filled the sky. There was almost no one on the opposite side. Such an ancient spectacle had appeared in Phoenix City out of the blue today. This shocking change shocked the millions of residents to the point that they were speechless. We'll wait for you to come back. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the snow outside the window, and his face became unprecedentedly solemn. His eyes were also unprecedentedly serious. You must come back. Zhuo Xiaoduo boasted that he had done all he could. Enough, enough. The rest could only depend on the will of God. However, at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. A message came. It was from He Yuan Yu. Come quickly, Phoenix turns around. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dare to delay when he saw the message. He quickly turned around and rushed out of his window like Zhuo Xiaonian. In the goose feather-like snow, his black hair and black clothes turned into a black line in the snow, and he sped away. With a burst of energy, the open window closed with a bang. Just a moment later, the room was as warm as spring again. And at the moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo left the house, south of Phoenix City, Phoenix Tail Mountain, which had been set on fire before, for some unknown reason, was once again on fire. In the atmosphere of the snow, the fire rushed to the sky. Ice and fire mixed together, infinitely magnificent and dazzling. Immediately after, the mountains on the east and west of Phoenix City also had sparks shining. In the blink of an eye, monstrous flames burned the sky. Seeking monthly votes. Subscription. Recommendation votes. 5 o'clock. However, all they saw was a sharp sword light rushing up. Crack, 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 crack. The 5 weapons in the enemy's hands were all cut in half by Zhuo Xiaoduo. The sword flash did not stop. It swept through the throats of the 5 people. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spurted out. It was mixed with the heat of the human body. It spilled on the snow, making the opposite side more visible. Idiot! Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered. How dare you ambush us with this little knowledge? Do you really think that I'm good at using hidden weapons? My best skill is my sword. Someone on the opposite side cursed, you're the best at being shameless. Before he finished his words, Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure turned into a whirlwind again and rushed out. The 2 people in front of him didn't even have the time to blink their eyes before they were cut in half at the waist along with their weapons. Zhuo Xiaoduo broke through the encirclement. He opened a path with his shining sword and rushed up the wall. The moment the sword flashed again, another 2 people in white screamed and fell down. One of them covered his crotch while the other's throat was bleeding. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had succeeded, did not seem to think much. He kicked his feet and flew out of the city. However, at this moment, another enemy came from the sky and intercepted him. Zhuo Xiaojuo raised his left hand. It looked like he was using his arm to block the enemy's weapon. In fact, it was the arm guard given by Wu Taijiang. With a clang, the enemy's weapon was knocked away. Then, he stabbed his long sword in the face. A stream of blood bloomed like a dazzling plum blossom in the snow. It was immediately covered by new snowflakes. The person fell down in despair. He did not have long to live, but he still warned desperately, "Everyone, be careful. This guy has some strange protection on him. The sword in his hand is a heavenly weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the snowy ground below the city. Falling from such a height, coupled with the fact that he was already seriously injured, he only spasmed a little before he died. However, his warning was a wake-up call to everyone who participated in the encirclement. This Zhuo Xiaojuo was not simple. He was not simple at all. He had many treasures on him. Regardless of whether he was attacking from afar, he was not to be underestimated. It was precisely because they understood this point that when Zhuo Xiaojuo charged forward, it wasn't as easy as before. Everyone simultaneously took out the heaviest weapons they had on them. They chased after him relentlessly. There were even people who took a detour in advance to block Zhuo Xiaojuo's path. They wanted to form an encirclement and annihilate all signs of life. Find a place and surround him. Exhaust him to death. This guy is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. He has already killed 17 of us. Surround him. Surround him and kill him. At this moment, these people no longer had any scruples and were talking loudly and unscrupulously. After all, they were already outside the city. All the high-level experts in Phoenix City had already gone to the Star Marshal Spirit Crystal. Naturally, there was no place for experts here. Coupled with the weather and atmosphere, it was no surprise that they would speak and act. As long as they could kill this guy, it would be a great achievement. As the battle continued, some people were shouting and instructing their people on how to surround Zhuo Xiaojuo from both sides and quickly form a tight encirclement to surround him. Meanwhile, more and more low-level experts from the UMNO Alliance were rushing over from other places. More and more people gathered and the encirclement became more and more dense. However, Zhuo Xiaojuo did not seem to notice any of this. No matter how they deployed their troops, he just rushed forward without a care in the world. He was rushing forward to his destination. There was not much time left. Zhuo Xiaojuo had already rushed out more than 20 kilometers. Suddenly, Zhuo Xiaojuo was surprised to see that there were bonfires made of pine oil burning in 7 or 8 directions in front of him. In front of him, under the illumination of the bonfires, everything was bright and visible. There were more than 20 people standing behind the bonfires. They were all smiling as they watched Zhuo Xiaojuo running towards them. "Master Zhuo, you really don't show off. We admire you. We never thought that you would be able to make it all the way here without any injuries. We admire you." He sighed softly. "When we go back, I must ask those idiots who specialize in intelligence what kind of lousy information they provided. Master Zhuo has obviously reached the innate stage. Those idiots insisted that he was at the peak of the martial master stage. Master Zhuo's swordsmanship is so high, but they told us that Master Zhuo is an expert in hidden weapons. They deserve to die." Chapter 297. The person who was speaking crossed his arms and said with a fake smile, "However, what I admire the most is that Master Zhuo is so scheming at such a young age. On the surface, his hidden weapon is superior, but his swordsmanship is also superior. I admire you for tricking everyone in the palm of your hand. If it wasn't for the disparity in strength and the fact that we have more people on our side, I'm afraid that Master Zhuo would have turned the tables. However, there is a limit to human strength. In front of an absolute difference in strength, there will be times when even the most profound scheming is not enough. At this moment, the trump cards that you have hidden are destined to be useless. Today, This place will be Master Zuo's burial ground. The person revealed a cold smile on his face. Master Zuo, even if you have the peerless divine weapon, you are merely an innate expert. Do you still have room to struggle against our powerful lineup of 40 embryonic breathing experts and 30 pinnacle innate experts? Zuo Xiaojuo was panting and his face was pale as he said, "Who exactly are you people? Who we are is no longer important to a dying person like you." The person said indifferently, "On the contrary, we are really curious. With such heavy snow, why did Master Zuo come out instead of staying at home? You have caused many of our brothers to make a wasted trip to your house. Master Zuo, you are very rude." "Ha ha." Zuo Xiaojuo looked around. "There are so many people. To deal with me alone, you have actually mobilized so many people. I am really flattered. I am ashamed to say that all of you have come with a purpose. I should be at home brewing tea and entertaining guests, but I have brought all of you here. It is really rude of me to be in such a desolate place. If there is a next life for all of you, perhaps you can come again. Today, we were in too much of a hurry. We actually forgot to destroy the souls of those who died before us. We have been too impolite. We have not treated our guests well." The person's gaze turned cold. Master Zuo is indeed sharp-tongued. However, no matter how sharp-tongued you are today, it will be difficult for you to escape alive. Zuo Xiaojuo chuckled and said, "You have the advantage in numbers and strength. Why do you need to waste your breath like this? Wouldn't it be easier to just attack? So, you're waiting. Is it because not all of your men are here yet? It's hard to be absolutely certain." That person's gaze shot over like a venomous snake. Zuo Xiaojuo chuckled. "You can't do that. With such a lineup, how can you be so unconfident? Isn't that too cowardly? Even if you don't have the confidence to take me down by yourself, don't you have more than 40 helpers by your side? You still don't have the confidence. Can I suspect that the one who is at a disadvantage now is not me, but you guys who have no confidence?" Zuo Xiaojuo sighed and said earnestly, "Brother, I have to give you a piece of advice. In this world, no matter what you do, you must be full of confidence. Without confidence, you really can't do anything. You're too cowardly." Zuo Xiaojuo looked at the person in front of him and hurriedly corrected him. "Yes, I'm wrong. It shouldn't be you. It should be you guys. That's right. All of you are too cowardly. You have no confidence in yourselves. You can't be like this. How can you make a name for yourself if you're so cowardly? How can you make a name for yourself?" Zuo Xiaojuo sighed. Too bad, really. Too bad. With you guys in the UMNO alliance, no wonder they couldn't break in after so many years. A bunch of cowards, what's the point of fighting? On the opposite side, the few people didn't speak. They watched Zuo Xiaojuo's performance as if they were watching a monkey show. Only their eyes were getting colder and colder. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. People kept coming. Finally. "Master Zuo, you must be tired after talking so much. Now, it's my turn." The person smiled faintly and looked at Zuo Xiaojuo with hawk-like eyes. "Master Zuo, in today's battle, you've made a total of 3 fatal mistakes." "Oh." Zuo Xiaojuo tilted his head curiously. "The first mistake was that when you saw these bonfires, you should have rushed past them without stopping. With the divine weapon in your hand, we might not have been able to stop you. If that was the case, you might have had a chance to escape. Second, when I spoke to you at the beginning, if you didn't answer and forced your way out, there was still hope. Third, when you were teaching us a lesson, if you chose to retreat in another direction, there was still hope for you to escape. But now," he smiled faintly, "we've surrounded you from all sides. Master Zuo, you've always been known for your divine foresight and your ability to predict life and death. But this time, you've made 3 fatal mistakes in a row. I don't know whether it's lamentable or regrettable." Zuo Xiaojuo looked back. There were more than a dozen people behind him, armed with sabers and swords. There were also more than 20 people on the left and right, ready to fight. In front of him, there were a total of 25 people with murderous eyes, ready to attack at any time. That's a lot of people. Zhuo Xiaojuo clicked his tongue in praise. This formation is really scary. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are there so many of them? A total of 84 people. This number isn't very auspicious. As the saying goes, if there are 73 or 84 people, the King of Hell won't summon you. You guys are really... I don't know what to say. Since you don't want to say anything more, let's do it. I'm very confident that I can get rid of all of you. As for whether I can really get rid of you, let's talk about it after we're done. What if you're all dead? Why don't we make a bet? What bet? Let's bet that I can read your faces. All 84 of you are going to face a bloody disaster and your lives are in danger. If you're all dead, then naturally I can read your faces accurately. The leader laughed loudly. Read our faces? Ha ha ha, good. If we're all dead, then naturally you can read our faces accurately. But if you're dead, Master Zhuo, then I can't read your faces accurately. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Bloody hell, I can still reap some benefits at the end. These people are really good people. I didn't even count on them, and they actually agreed to it just like that. I'm going to be rich. Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted. His body swayed, and a pile of weights fell to the ground with a clatter. His hands moved again, and another pile of debris fell to the ground. Then, he stretched his hands forward. With two loud bangs, the two 5,000-kilogram arm guards fell to the ground and smashed a deep hole in the ground. So brisk. Zhuo Xiaojuo puffed up his chest. I wasn't joking just now. I'm really confident. Putting these down, I feel like I can fly. I can fly. You guys, you're waiting for everyone to gather, and I'm also waiting for you to gather. If you don't gather, how can Master Zhuo kill to his heart's content? With a wave of his right hand, he had already collected all of the weights on the ground. Then, he pointed his long sword and took 3 big steps forward. Suddenly, he shouted, "Come up. Prepare to die." With a loud roar, the dense snow in the air was actually shattered by this roar, turning into fine dust that filled the sky. Even without the leader's reminder, everyone's face became unprecedentedly solemn. Everyone could see that this Master Zhuo was definitely not the weakling in the intelligence report. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn it, the intelligence department was simply eating shit. They asked us to catch a rabbit, but in the end, the rabbit's original form was actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex that could eat all of us. This was really fucked up. Fortunately, they had more people on their side. They didn't believe that this kid could turn the sky upside down. Looking at the hole in the ground caused by the weights, the leader's eyebrows twitched. This guy. He had been running all the way here, and he had been carrying these all the time. At least more than 10,000 kilograms of weights. And he had been fighting with these. The first thought, monster. The second thought, this guy was telling the truth. He really wanted to destroy all of us. Previously, he didn't feel that we were dangerous at all. Otherwise, he would have removed these weights long ago. And the third thought, could it be that he really had the overwhelming strength to destroy all of us? Suddenly, the pressure in their hearts was infinitely greater. Everyone, be careful. This kid's sword is very strange. Everyone, use your heavy weapons. The leader thought for a while, but still didn't say that this kid was very strange. It would shake the morale of the army. Understood. When the UMNO alliance attacked, everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees. 3 inside and 3 outside, surrounding them tightly. Ferocious. Strength in numbers. Watch out for my hidden weapons. In the heavy snow, Zhuo Xiaojuo roared. Everyone was instantly on guard, but Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't use any hidden weapons. His opponents were all wearing so thick that even their ears were covered with earmuffs. The outside of the earmuffs was actually made of iron. If he used his own weapon to block his eyes, hidden weapons would be useless. He suddenly jumped up and used the star steps at full strength. His body seemed to have turned into a series of afterimages. There were even faint dots of starlight that spread out, sparkling and translucent. The long sword in his hand also used a strange and tricky sword technique that had never been seen before. Drizzle sword. Godfather's drizzle sword was indeed awesome. It was the best swordsmanship for a group battle against the Wizard Alliance. In the snowy atmosphere, the drizzle sword was even more formless and traceless, as if it was hidden. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The surrounding people had already made up their minds. They all used their heavy weapons to block the attack. They all shouted loudly, and each of them protected themselves tightly. Unfortunately, when the sword light flashed, Zhuxiaoduo's figure seemed to have blended into the heavy snow. The few people at the front only felt pain in their throats before they lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, 7 people's throats had already been hit by the sword. They were dead. The nimble cat sword in Zhuxiaoduo's right hand was like a flash of light, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Those who were hit by it died instantly. His originally empty left hand had drops of red light flickering. Those who were killed by his sword would be stabbed by the dragon blood-flying dagger again. Chapter 298. The strength that Zhuxiaoduo exerted on the cat spirit sword could be said to be very little, or perhaps it could be said that he was unusually cautious. He didn't want to waste even a little bit of energy. Instead, he used most of his strength on the dragon blood-flying dagger. The long sword took lives and injured people, while the dragon blood-flying dagger continuously took away the essence of their strength. The combination of the two was flawless. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 of them covered their crotches in pain. They couldn't imagine how this brat could kick their crotches so skillfully. While they were in pain, a figure flashed in front of them. A red light flashed, and all the strength in their bodies disappeared instantly. Even their soul consciousness was extinguished. Among the people who were besieging them, the one with the highest cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the elixir primordial realm. After being hit by the fatal blow, their life was almost over. Then, they were hit by the dragon blood-flying dagger, and their blood chi and essence were instantly devoured. Moreover, the speed of the process was extremely fast, and there was no stagnation at all. With such a good atmosphere and a rare opportunity to recharge, Zhuxiaoduo wouldn't let it go no matter what. For the previous batch of enemies, he couldn't read their fortune and didn't recharge the dragon blood-flying dagger. Masters were already felt that he had suffered a loss. If the dragon blood-flying dagger in front of him couldn't be used for a good meal, Zhuxiaoduo felt that he had suffered a great loss. He had let down the opportunity that heaven had given him to become stronger. He had let down the Umno Alliance's intention of giving him energy. Zhuxiaoduo's figure flashed like a ghost in the heavy snow. Just as the starlight flashed on the right, his dragon blood-flying dagger had already pierced into the enemy's chest from the left. Just as the people in the north were screaming, the enemies in the south were already feeling pain in their waists. Then, all the essence and blood in their bodies were sucked dry, and they died. While everyone was guarding against the sword and the dragon blood-flying dagger, there were a few people who were rolling on the ground, holding their crotches and screaming. Before Zhuxiaoduo's cultivation broke through to the innate realm, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Now that he had broken through, he was even more powerful. He dashed left and right, as if there was no one there. All use heavy weapons, attack indiscriminately. The leader warned loudly. He was now certain that Zhuxiaoduo's agility had not only increased by a level after removing the weight, but it was as if he had become a completely different person, especially that starry sky steps. It was obvious that it had already reached the legendary realm of great success, stepping on the starry sky, shining astral souls. It was impossible to catch Zhuxiaoduo's movements and kill him when faced with such nimble and transcendent footwork. They could only attack indiscriminately and strike him down first to stop his formless and shadowless movements. When he saw Zhuxiaoduo's movements become more and more elusive, and in less than 10 minutes of time, he'd already killed 19 congenital realm experts on his side. Besides exploding with rage, he hurriedly warned and pointed out the strategy to deal with the enemy. Zhuxiaoduo's current attacking tactic target was very simple. For the time being, he would not touch any of the embryonic breathing realm experts. However, as long as it was an enemy of the innate realm, they would definitely be in his sights. The Umno Alliance had sent 37 greater heaven stage experts with pinnacle of the innate realm. Within a short period of time, 25 of them had already been defeated by Zhuo Xiaoduo. His figure had always been erratic, and he was even more agile than before. Puff, puff, puff. Another 3 greater heaven stage experts died at the hands of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Their bodies instantly flew out like rotten wood. The red glow of the dragon blood-flying dagger was getting thicker and thicker. In the vast expanse of white snow, it was also getting more and more conspicuous. Attack that red glow indiscriminately, the leader roared again. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. If one had to point out the weakness of the dragon blood-flying dagger, it would be that its appearance was too obvious, especially in such an environment. He tried his best to dodge and counterattack with his sword. Once again, he killed 2 more greater heaven stage experts. However, the sword in his hand could not avoid colliding with the enemy's heavy weapon. With this loud bang, a mace finally made contact with Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword for the first time. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure, who had endured the impact, was finally revealed. He even staggered back in midair. Now, only 7 of the 37 greater heaven stage experts were left. The 7 of them looked at each other. They could all see the fear in each other's eyes. This brat was simply an innate realm harvester. Any greater heaven stage expert who encountered Zhuo Xiaoduo would not only die, but they would also not be able to resist or parry. They would die upon contact. Up until now, there had not been an exception. The 7 of them had already lost all their courage. At this moment, when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure appear, their first reaction was not to attack. Instead, they subconsciously retreated a few steps. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was still staggered in midair. However, his long sword was trembling and flickering continuously. It emitted rays of sword light like a drizzle, laying down streaks of sword chi in front of him. He had already put away the dragon blood-flying dagger that had eaten its fill. At this moment, he only had the spirit cat sword to perform the drizzle swordsmanship with all his might. Opportunity. When the Umno Alliance saw Zhuo Xiaoduo appear, their eyes lit up. Countless weapons swarmed forward and crazily smashed towards Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was in midair. Obviously, they wanted to finish him off in one blow. The tip of Zhuo Xiaoduo's long sword flashed and accurately tapped on an incoming broadsword. The moment the long sword bent slightly, his body had already borrowed the force and immediately bounced up like a feather. He escaped from the sharp weapons and somersaulted in midair. Once again, he used the star steps. Starlight flashed again. Hit where the starlight is. Everyone attack together. Don't give him a chance to land. The leader shouted loudly. No matter how exquisite Zhuo Xiaoduo's response was, no matter how miraculous the starry sky steps was, his traces had been exposed in the end. If they were to seize the opportunity to pursue an attack, and with the convenience of a group attack, there was no reason for them to fail. The 50 people from the Umno Alliance moved together. A tight encirclement was finally completed. They were all experts in the embryonic breathing realm. They wanted to kill him in one blow. Even if they hurt their own people, they would not hesitate. This brat was really too dangerous. If it was a one-on-one, or even a siege with only a few people, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long howl. The nimble cat sword drew an elegant arc and suddenly retracted. A dense sword light carried Zhuo Xiaoduo's body all the way up. The heavy snow was still too dense. Zhuo Xiaoduo smoothly rushed into the thick snow, but they could not see him anymore. Judging by the momentum of this charge, it should be at least 30 meters high. The leader was very experienced and shouted, "But he can't turn. He doesn't have that ability. The time he can stay in the air is even more limited. He just rushed up to take a breath. Sooner or later, he will come back down. Everyone, get ready. The heavy snow in the sky is obscuring our vision." Don't chase after him, in case we get ambush. The leader commanded calmly and had the demeanor of a general. The people from the UMNO alliance who were involved in the siege were all reassured. The mentality of victory was in their hands spontaneously grew. Although they had lost a lot of people, they had already forced this brat into the air. It was the same as falling into a dead end. There was no suspense in this battle. It was a foregone conclusion that they would win. Everyone was ready, waiting for the moment when Zhuo Xiaojuo came back down from the sky. With a long howl, Zhuo Xiaojuo rushed all the way up. In an instant, he had reached a position of 50 meters in the air. At the moment when he reached the highest point, Zhuo Xiaojuo turned his hand and put away the nimble cat sword. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He opened his hands and 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hand. How could Zhuo Xiaojuo not have thought of the current situation? No, it should be said that this situation was deliberately created by him. He wanted to use the opponent's cognitive blind spot to create a reversal of the world. Just now, the nimble cat sword was the same. Now, the nimble cat sword was the same as the 2 sledgehammers. This is the surprise that I have for you. The moment the 2 sledgehammers were in his hands, Zhuo Xiaojuo's body began to spin rapidly. Then, he drove the 2 sledgehammers and spun rapidly in the air like a hurricane. Then, he turned his body upside down. At this moment, the sledgehammer's rotational inertia was stimulated. The inertia of the sledgehammers drove Zhuo Xiaojuo's body and made a whooshing sound in the wind. The people of the UMNO alliance were waiting for this opportunity. And Zhuo Xiaojuo was also waiting for this opportunity. Everyone from the enemy's side was here. It was really, really good. Unfortunately, once the 2 sledgehammers were used, the dragon blood-flying dagger could not absorb anything. He was now using the sledgehammers that he usually used for training. The 99 nimble cat hammers were still a little too heavy for him. However, this pair of sledgehammers was enough. Sledgehammers. Zhuo Xiaojuo had already memorized his godfather's sledgehammers in his first secret manual. After a loud shout in the air, everyone saw a black whirlwind suddenly appear. It directly swept away all the snowflakes in the sky and made them disappear without a trace. Above everyone's head, it seemed like a universe black hole had appeared. An unprecedentedly violent whirlwind suddenly descended. The 2 sledgehammers had already completed the first move of the sledgehammers in the air. When the second move started, the strong wind expanded to a radius of 10 feet. The weapons created a strange sound that was similar to the cries of ghosts and howls of gods. Wu tilde tilde the sound continued to be heard, and it became louder and louder. Zhuo Xiaojuo and his sledgehammers fell like a whirlwind and rushed into the crowd. The sledgehammers of 4,000 kilograms, with the support of the highest inertia, could exert a great force that was simply unheard of. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! The 15 people who bore the brunt of the sledgehammer wind were almost unable to resist. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and their chests collapsed. They were sent flying out while flailing their arms and legs. They were sent flying out together with their weapons. As they flew out, they disintegrated and turned into blood-red fireworks, which were dazzling in the white snowflakes. Such heavy weapons, coupled with the complete first move of the sledgehammers, would break with a touch and collapse with a scratch. As for flesh and blood, the effect was even more shocking. There was no resistance, no defense, and everything was ignored. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.